He's an Honorable Minister of Information Technology of Bihar. Now I also request Dr. Professor Ajit Kumar Sinha to please, and Professor Rajiv L. Karandikar, sir, please. Now, I would request Professor Ajit Sinha to please felicitate our chief guest with a small token of honor. So, to our chief guest, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sinha. So, and I would also request Dr. Ajit Sinha to also felicitate our chief key speaker. I also request our chief guest, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sinha, to present the memento to our key speaker, Professor Rajiv. So, please. We would now like to welcome our Member Secretary, Dr. Ashmita Gupta, on the stage to set the context of today's discussion. So, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय राजीव करंदीकर जी, माननीय अजीत सिन्हा जी, सारे गणमान्य व्यक्ति जो आज आए हैं और इस वर्कशॉप में जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, मैं सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया गुजार करती हूँ कि संडे सुबह बारिश के होते हुए भी आज आप इस कमरे में हैं. For this workshop is kind of very exciting for me, and we are going to discuss many issues in the course of the next 2 days. और आज का जो मेरा प्रयास है, एक छोटा सा उसकी झांकी आपको दूं, बहुत ही सरल और सिंपल रूप से, ताकि आप उस पूरे जो 2 दिन का कार्यक्रम है उसका जो सोल है उसको समझ सकें. So now आज के संदर्भ में अगर हम देखें तो डेटा इज़ द मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल कमोडिटी. हम अगर मानव सभ्यता के इतिहास में जाएं तो डेटा जो है वो बहुत सारी ऐसी कमोडिटीज़ हैं जो सबसे मूल्यवान थी. तो अगर इतिहास को देखें आपको आप सोचेंगे कि क्या ऐसी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं. तो उसमें गोल्ड, Sona is one of the commodities that was considered valuable. उसके बाद oil, crude oil हुआ, and today's generation or today's age, I think it is data, which is extremely valuable. ये सरकार के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, आप सभी जानते हैं. सरकारें increasingly are using it. Private companies, Google, Microsoft, their main source of revenue is by selling data. R&D, researchers like us, you and me, for them also data is extremely important. So we can kind of say ये data जो है ये currency है modern economy का. अब data रिलेटेड वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं। बहुत लोगों ने ऐसे फ़ोन किया कि क्या आप बिहार में डेटा रिलेटेड वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं, ये मतलब फ्यूचर की बात कर रहे हैं, आज क्या कर, हाँ ये हमारे काम की क्या बात है। सो फॉर देम, आई मीन दिस इज़ फॉर an audience, I would like to tell you that data is not something which is very abstract. It is you and me, whatever we are observing all the time. It is a collection of facts which can be in numbers, it could be in words, it could be measurements, observations, or even description of things. Data can be qualitative, it can be quantitative, and it is used most of the time for making informed decisions. Now, डेटा एनालिसिस क्या है? डेटा एनालिसिस जो है वो डेटा को एक इस तरीके में ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है जो कि उस पर कुछ हम मॉडलिंग कर सके, कुछ उसको एक मीनिंगफुल तरीके से देख सके ताकि कुछ उसमें समझ बन पाए. सो इट इज़ अ प्रोसेस ऑफ इंस्पेक्टिंग, क्लीनिंग, ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग एंड मॉडलिंग डेटा विद द गोल ऑफ डिस्कवरिंग यूजफुल इंफॉर्मेशन. और अब इस कमरे में ही अभी मैं जस्ट बात कर रही थी, अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन्स के लोग हैं. माननीय मंत्री जी हैं, राजीव करेंडकर जी हैं, कुछ लोग हैं जो फील्ड में काम करते हैं, कुछ लोग मेडिकल से हैं, कुछ लोग स्टेटिस्टिक्स से हैं, मैथमेटिशियन हैं. तो एवरीबडी इज़ यूजिंग different sets of tools for analysis, and one of the high points of this workshop is to bring them together in a room and to start talking about that. So data analysis techniques तो बहुत सारी हैं, but of late with the advancement of computer science and AI/ML, this is increasingly becoming more and more popular. और ये हमारे फॉर अस इकोनॉमिस्ट इट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप इन हिस्ट्री, बिकॉज मैनी पीपल टर्म दिस एज द फोर्थ इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन. तो अगर पहला इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन था, जो भी अगर कोई यहाँ पे JNU से है वो एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम में जानता ही होगा, वो फ्लाइंग शटल का क्वेश्चन आता था. सो फ्लाइंग शटल, स्टीम इंजन, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वाज द सेकेंड मेजर इन्वेंशन ऑफ major high point of the second industrial revolution. Third was computers, and fourth is now the use of AI/ML. तो हम समझ सकते हैं ये कितना बड़ा एक step है history का, and this is what economists should be discussing. This is going to affect all aspects of our lives and all aspects in which we do production, communication, and the way labor market is seen, and all other aspects of our life. डेटा का इम्पोर्टेंस क्या है ये आप सभी जानते हैं, मुझे अलग से बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. ये पॉलिसी मेकर्स के लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है, ये हेल्थ केयर में इम्पॉर्टेंट है, ये एजुकेशन में इम्पॉर्टेंट है, एग्रीकल्चर में इम्पॉर्टेंट है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में इम्पॉर्टेंट है. सारी अब अगर हम आज देखें तो सब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है जिससे हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारे लिए डेटा का इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है और इस फील्ड में डेटा का इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है. लेकिन इम्पोर्टेंस के बारे में तो हम सभी जानते हैं और आप सब चर्चा करेंगे, उसके ऊपर मैं नहीं बोलूँगी. बट वन ऑफ द एस्पेक्ट्स दैट आई वुड लाइक टू हाईलाइट दैट वी हैव ट्राइड टू कैप्चर इज़ the challenges of handling data. तो there are many challenges of handling data जो कि शायद उतना obvious नहीं है जब हम AI/ML की बात करते हैं. जैसे कि प्रॉब्लम ऑफ मिस रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ डेटा. आज आप सब जो यहाँ बैठे हैं सबके पास मोबाइल फ़ोन है, वो मोबाइल फ़ोन सब कुछ रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है, हम क्या खा के आए हैं, कल कहाँ गए थे, क्या शॉपिंग किया था, कहाँ से हमने दवाई ख़रीदा, कहाँ मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट लिया, सारी कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन इज़ वेरी वेल डॉक्यूमेंटेड. बट आज हम ये बात कर रहे हैं, ये मौर्य होटल के बाहर ही आप जाएं तो ऐसे कई लोग हैं जिनके पास तो फ़ोन भी नहीं है, तो उन लोगों का डेटा तो कैप्चर ही नहीं हो रहा है और एनी एविडेंस बेस्ड एनालिसिस बेस्ड ऑन दिस डेटा इज़ नॉट गेटिंग रिप्रेजेंटेड एट ऑल. So this is a very important and crucial problem जो हमारी जो सरकार है, and we are really sort of very proud that in the last 30 years we have been voicing the marginalized communities, और हम उनके अपलिफ्टमेंट की बात करते हैं. लेकिन अगर ये कम्युनिटीज़ ही इस डेटा ड्रिवन फ्यूचर्स में नहीं रिप्रेजेंटेड होती हैं तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. उसके बाद दूसरा चैलेंज है, अगर आपका रिप्रेजेंटेशन है भी तो फिर एप्लीकेशन उसका गलत हो सकता है. ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप कोई मैथमेटिकल मॉडलिंग या टूल कर रहे हैं तो वो सही हो. और इसका एक बहुत ही डेंजरस रूप आप सभी जानते हैं, आशा करती हूँ इस रूम में, विच इज़ द मार्केट ऑफ फेक न्यूज़. Everybody is aware how dangerous fake news can be. So there are these issues of responsible release of data and legalities involved with it, and we are going to discuss about this in a while in the course of these days, and I'm looking forward to the speakers to talk more about this. But again, coming back to why is Adri doing such an abstract thing, so I want to just say that we have been doing this for the last 33 years, and we are giving technical support in terms of qualitative analysis or quantitative analysis to governments, private enterprises, for others free of cost. My father used to do that all the time, muft ka gyan, to anybody who would drop into his office, which is now a big problem for us. We just have to say ki please bata ke aiye ki aap aa rahe hain. But we've been doing this for the last 33 years, and so what is this workshop about? Workshop is getting people from civil society, economics, statistics, computer science, scientists. अभी आप डेटा ले लीजिए इस रूम का, सारे लोग इस सभा में हैं. Medical researchers, data experts, legal experts, and policy makers, and to make them talk to each other. So that's what the workshop is about. और इसके साथ ही अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी हमारे निदेशक श्री अजीत सिन्हा जी को कि वो मंच पे आएँ और अतिथियों का स्वागत करें. धन्यवाद.
Thanks, Asmita. It indeed is an honor for me to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Santosh Kumar Saran, Minister of Information Technology and SC/ST Welfare, Government of Bihar, and Professor Rajiv Lakshman Karantikar, who is here to deliver the 4th Shaibal Memorial Lecture and the keynote to this workshop. Though the Honorable Minister is attending an Adri function for the first time, he and Adri have a long familiar relationship. His father, Honorable Sri Jitan Ram Manjhi, who is currently a cabinet minister in the central government and was earlier Chief Minister of Bihar, was closely associated with Adri, and we hope to develop a close relationship with Dr. Suman as well. He is currently a member of Bihar Legislative Council. He obtained his master's and doctoral degree from University of Delhi and Magadh University respectively. Professor Karandikar is a celebrated scholar of statistics and currently holds a highly prestigious position of Chair, National Statistical Commission. He was born in 1956 in Indore and became a full professor of statistics at the Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, at the tender age of 33. Quite a remarkable achievement, I must say. He received both his master's and doctoral degrees from ISI Calcutta and did his postdoc from some years of teaching at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He was Executive Vice President of Analytics at Crane Software International Limited for about 4 years before moving to Chennai Mathematical Institute in 2010, where he is currently a distinguished fellow and professor emeritus. His research interests include several areas of probability theory such as infinitely additive probability measures, stochastic calculus, martingale problems and Markov processes, filtering theory, option pricing theory, psephology in the context of Indian elections, and cryptography, among others. He is fellow of Indian National Science Academy and Indian Academy of Sciences and was awarded the Young Scientist Medal by the National Science Academy in 1985, S.S. Bhatnagar Prize by the Council of Industrial and Scientific Research in 1999, and C.R. Rao National Award in Statistics by the Government of India in 2000. Professor Karandikar's expertise has been sought and used by several government departments and agencies such as CBI, Ministry of Defense, Clearing Corporation of India, etc., to crack difficult problems. He was member of the committee constituted by Election Commission of India to advise the Commission on the sampling scheme of EVM VVPAT verification. The report was the basis of EC's final reply to Supreme Court just before the 2019 parliamentary polls. He was also a member of the expert committee constituted by the Supreme Court in 2019 to suggest steps to deal with fraud on online examinations. It also gives me a great pleasure to welcome all the participants of the two-day workshop on data-driven futures in the age of artificial intelligence. As a matter of fact, I was told that Professor Karandikar was so excited about the idea of this workshop that he suggested we combine his Shaibal Memorial Lecture with the workshop so that he could also participate in it, which explains why we moved the Shaibal Memorial Lecture from its usual date of June 21st to today. As most of you know, Adri was a brainchild of Dr. Shaibal Gupta, whose contribution to the intellectual culture of Bihar is well known. A testimony to it is the posthumous conferral of the prestigious Padma Shri Award to him by the President of India in 2022. Since its inception, Adri distinguished itself as an efficient and reliable institute for empirical research in the areas of socio-economic development, particularly of Bihar. As a matter of fact, the quickness with which Adri became recognized as the premier research institute in Bihar must have come as a pleasant surprise to its founders. Adri was chosen to conduct sponsored research projects by several international institutions such as World Bank, UNDP, Aga Khan Foundation, Institute of Developing Economies, Tokyo, etc. International Growth Center of the London School of Economics established a separate Bihar program at the institute. Adri also spearheaded advocacy and drive for literacy in Bihar since its foundation. It received a special award for its work on female literacy program by the then President of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam. Several eminent economists and other social scientists, including 4 Nobel laureates, Professor Amartya Sen, Joseph Stiglitz, Abhijit Banerjee, and Esther Duflo, have visited the institute, delivered lectures, and praised its work on record. However, since the demise of Dr. Shaibal Gupta in 2001, and soon after his close associate Dr. P.P. Ghosh's passing away, had left the institute without anyone at the helm and so a bit adrift. I have taken the responsibility of its director only recently, and my mission is not only to revive Adri, but to turn it into an interdisciplinary research center of high international quality. Though there are several research institutes in the areas of applied economic research, historical research, etc., to my knowledge, there is no serious interdisciplinary research center in India that brings together the insight from both the streams of social sciences and humanities in one research project. We want to make some significant breakthroughs in the areas of interdisciplinary research, for which, to begin with, we will need to hire at least 10 permanent faculty, 5 professors or associate professors, and 5 assistant professors of high world-class standards, and have funds to have 2 rotating visiting fellows all the time from outside the center, either from India or most likely from leading institutions abroad. The center could also offer PhD programs with MOU for degree conferral from established universities. The hope is that ADRI, with its Center of Interdisciplinary Research, would become a fulcrum for the revival of the intellectual culture of Bihar. All this will require about 60 crore rupees as seed money to begin with. Without this, a non-governmental research institute like ADRI must live from sponsored project to sponsored project, where the areas and the questions of research get constrained by the interests of the sponsors. Therefore, we are seeking contributions to our purpose by both public and private sources. As Asmita has already introduced the subject matter of the lecture and the workshop, there is not much left for me to say on this subject. The brave new world of big data and AI is already here, just like global warming. As I see it, our big problem is jugaad culture. We are highly innovative people, but we don't plan in advance to prepare for eventualities with high probability. We only get to a problem when it is upon us, which in most cases is already too late. It is, however, heartening to see that our Prime Minister talks about long-term vision for our country, such as Viksit Bharat by 2047. But our vision of a Viksit Bharat must not get narrowly focused on an economic growth trajectory for 2047. Our growth strategy must integrate a comprehensive plan for changing technological base that is environmentally friendly and allows growth of new and old urban areas in a planned manner. Big data and AI can be helpful in such planning, but it must also simultaneously deal with the dangers it poses to democratic polity and individual liberty. With this, I once again welcome you all and now invite our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Santosh Kumar Suman, to say a few words.
धन्यवाद। आज मौर्य लोक होटल के सभागार में आदरी द्वारा एक सेमिनार वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया गया, जिसका टॉपिक डेटा ड्रिवन फ्यूचर इन द एज ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। और इस अवसर पर यहाँ पर उपस्थित आदरी के डायरेक्टर आदरणीय प्रोफेसर अजीत सिन्हा जी, सदस्य सचिव डॉक्टर अस्मिता गुप्ता जी, और इस 4th शैवाल गुप्ता मेमोरियल व्याख्यान जो आज हो रहा है, उसके मुख्य वक्ता के रूप में यहाँ पर उपस्थित भारत के जाने माने स्टैटिकल कमीशन के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर राजीव एल क्रांतिकर जी, जिन्होंने अपने जीवन में बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां हासिल की है, बहुत सारे अवार्ड मिले हैं। और जैसा कि डॉक्टर अजीत सिन्हा जी के इंट्रोडक्शन में मैं सुन रहा था कि वीवीपैट, ईवीएम, फ्रॉडेंस जो इलेक्शंस में होते हैं उसमें सुधार, ये सारी विषयों पर इनकी दक्षता है। मैं बिहार सरकार की तरफ से इनका ऑनर करता हूं, इनका स्वागत करता हूं। और मंच पर उपस्थित आदरी के सभी सम्मानित डायरेक्टर, सदस्य, प्रतिनिधि और इस सभागार में उपस्थित विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से जो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, डाइवर्स क्षेत्र, हेल्थ है, एजुकेशन है, एग्रीकल्चर है, मीडिया के भाई होंगे, सोशल साइंटिस्ट जो हैं पर उपस्थित हैं, विद्यमान जन जो अपनी बातों से 2 दिन का जो आदरी का प्रोग्राम होने वाला है, जो अपनी बातों को अपने लेक्चर के माध्यम से जो व्याख्यान यहाँ पर आएगा, निश्चित तौर पर एक सोशल बिल्डिंग में, एक समाज निर्माण में एक नए आयाम स्थापित करेगा। तो ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। मैं आज आप सबके समक्ष जो भी बातें रखता हूँ तो मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं तो आपके इतना मेरे अंदर इंटेलेक्ट नहीं है, मेरी समझ नहीं है। आप तो अपने आप अपने क्षेत्र में हम कहें तो धुरंधर कह सकते हैं, जानकार कह सकते हैं, और एक डेप्थ नॉलेज है ओशियन के समान, उसके सामने मेरी तुलना नहीं है। लेकिन मैं जो भी बोलूँ अगर गलत तो उसको करेक्ट करेंगे। तो जहाँ तक आदरी का सवाल है, आदरी मेरे लिए एक गेम चेंजर के समान है। मेरे जीवन में एक नया आयाम देने का, एक नया स्वरूप जो भी मैंने हासिल किया है आदरी से मैं सीखा हूँ। और डॉक्टर शैबाल गुप्ता जिनके मेमोरी में आज हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, मुझे अवसर प्रदान हुआ है, मुझे ये अवसर मिला है कि मैं उनका सानिध्य प्राप्त करूं, उनसे मिलने का मुझे मौका मिला। जब मैं अपनी पढ़ाई ख़त्म करके 2000 के आसपास 2001 में यहाँ आया तो उस समय भारत सरकार के द्वारा टोटल लिटरेसी मिशन चल रहा था। मैं आने के साथ उससे जुड़ गया के साक्षरता जिसको कहते हैं हम, उसमें जिला के जॉइंट कोऑर्डिनेटर के रूप में हमने काम किया। उसी समय से आदरी से लगा हुआ, क्योंकि जितने भी ट्रेनिंग्स होते थे, हम लोग का प्रशिक्षण होता था, चाहे कला जत्था का हो, चाहे बुक्स जो हमारे जो रिसोर्स सेंटर के रूप में आदरी था, रिसर्च करते थे, वो सारी चीज़ों का जो यहाँ से होता था आदरी से ही होता था। और उसी में मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ कि मैं डॉक्टर शैबाल गुप्ता जी से भी मुलाकात उस समय हुई थी। और कालांतर में भी जब वो आदरणीय श्री जीतन राम मांझी जी से मिलने आए, उस समय भी हमारी मुलाकातें हुई। उसके पहले भी बीच में हम लोग के कोऑर्डिनेटर टी.एच. खान होते थे, डॉक्टर टी.एच. खान, उनके साथ भी कई एक बार इनसे मुलाकात हुई। तो एक ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस है जो टोटल लिटरेसी के माध्यम से हमें मिला है। आपको बताते हुए हर्ष महसूस हो रहा है कि हम लोग जब एक MT-VT और KRP बोला जाता था, ट्रेनिंग में जाते थे, तो बिहार के उन नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में जहाँ से आज इमामगंज जिसको कहते हैं, चाहे गया के खास करके, जहाँ उस समय जाने से अच्छे अच्छे लोगों की रूह कांपती थी, उस समय हम लोग वो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में चक्रवंदा के पहाड़ पर गए हैं और बेखौफ काम किए हैं। और लोगों का एक्सेप्टेंस कितना था कि जिनको हम लोग दूसरे नामों से जानते हैं, उन लोग भी इसको एक्सेप्ट करते थे। इवन जेल में जाके भी हम लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग दिया। तो एक लंबा एक्सपोजर है जो आदरी की ट्रेनिंग से मुझे मिला और डॉक्टर शैबाल गुप्ता जी के सानिध्य से मुझे मिला। उसके बाद कालांतर में कैसा आया कि आदरी ने यूनिसेफ प्रोग्राम, यहाँ पोलियो रेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की, और उसमें आदरी को ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट के लिए, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के लिए यूनिसेफ ने हायर किया। उस समय भी हम लोग राजनीति में थे, बिना किए हुए पिक एंड चूज हुआ था कि जो 3-4 लोग हर ज़िले में अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं उनको बना दिया गया, और उसमें आदरी के द्वारा मुझे चयनित किया गया पोलियो रेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम में। वो भी मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस था। बिहार के करीब 25 ज़िलों में, चाहे वो ड्रॉट प्रोन एरिया हो, फ्लड इफेक्टेड एरिया हो, चाहे वो पहाड़ पर जा कर के जहाँ मदनपुर एक एरिया है, एक आप अंदर जाएंगे पहाड़ पर, पोलियो में जब सर्वेक्षण के काम होता था, हम लोग का काम होता था कि जो लोग दवा नहीं पिलाते थे, पोलियो वैक्सीन का जो नहीं लेते थे, उनको हम लोग को मोबिलाइज़ करना होता, सोशल मोबिलाइजेशन पर। उन पहाड़ों पर भी जा कर के हमने वहाँ पर लोगों को मोबिलाइज़ किया। जब हम आके PSC में लोगों को जब बोले कि हम वहाँ गए थे, सागरपुर, चोरनीमा, बहुत ऊपर में है, तो लोग आश्चर्य किए कि कैसे चले गए। आज तक किसी ने हिम्मत नहीं किया कि वहाँ जाए। और बीइंग ए सन ऑफ मिनिस्टर, वो तो और भी एक चैलेंज था, लेकिन हम वहाँ गए मोटरसाइकिल से। वो कहीं ना कहीं जो इंस्पिरेशन मिला वो आदरी का टीचिंग्स और लर्निंग और जो सीखा था उससे मिला। तो मेरे लिए एक सोशल रिफॉर्म का, सोशल एक्सपीरियंस का, सोशल लर्निंग का केंद्र आदरी रहा है। इसलिए जब अस्मिता गुप्ता जी ने मुझे कॉल किया तो मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं पाया और मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी महसूस किया कि मुझे उस जगह जाने का मौका मिल रहा है। डिफरेंट कैपेसिटी में हम हैं एज मिनिस्टर ऑफ बिहार गवर्नमेंट। तो मेरे लिए एक सुखद संदेश भी था, एक ऐतिहासिक दिन भी है कि उस संस्था को मैं उनके सारे लोगों को, जो विद्यमान लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, उनको मैं संबोधित करने का अवसर प्रदान मिलता है। तो इसलिए मैं आदरी को पुनः धन्यवाद देता हूँ और ख़ास करके डॉक्टर अस्मिता गुप्ता जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ जो मुझे इस तरह के मौका दिया। साथियों, आज का जो टॉपिक है डेटा, निश्चित तौर पर डेटा का जो यूज है, और डेटा एक अपने आप में सेट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन है जिसको हम किस तरीके से उपयोग करते हैं। और एआई तकनीक के माध्यम से डेटा में जो फ्रॉडेंट होता था, डेटा जो मिसमैच होता था, डेटा में जो लोग फ्रॉडेंट करते हैं, उसको सुधारने में एआई टेक्निक का बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। और निश्चित तौर पर कोई भी चीज़ में डेटा का एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल होता है। कोई भी पॉलिसी हम बनाते हैं, चाहे गवर्नमेंट हो, चाहे सोशल सेक्टर में हो, पब्लिक सेक्टर की बात करें, किसी भी चीज़ में पॉलिसी बनती है तो जिस तरह से बोल रही थी कि 4.0 का जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन की बात कर रही थी कि आज हम डेटा पर ही काम कर रहे हैं 4.0 पर, क्योंकि निश्चित तौर पर कोई भी प्रिसिशन, कोई भी एकदम बारीकी से कोई चीज़ को बनाने के लिए डेटा का एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल होता है। और वो डेटा ही है जिसका हम एनालिसिस करके, एनालिटिकल एनालिसिस करके, एवेल्यूशन करके, क्रिटिकल एवेल्यूशन करके एक ऐसे चीज़ पर पहुंचते हैं जहां पर हम एग्जैक्ट एक ऐसा बना पाते हैं, एक ऐसा पॉलिसी बना पाते हैं जो सोशल अवेयरनेस में, लोगों को अपलिफ्ट करने में, खास करके समाज के उस वर्ग के लोग जो गरीब जिसको हम कहते हैं, जिसको SC ST कहते हैं, जिसको OBC EBC बिहार में आप सब जानते हैं। बिहार सरकार ने भी कास्ट सेंसस किया है तो उसमें भी आदरी का भी रोल रहा है और सब जगह। और आदरी अपने आप में एक ऐसी संस्था है जो समाज में सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, कल्चरली, अब तो हेल्थ सेक्टर में भी आप काम कर रहे हैं, आप स्किल डेवलपमेंट में भी काम कर रहे हैं, और आप पहले तो आप रिसर्च का काम करते थे लेकिन अब ग्राउंड पर भी जाके, गांव पर भी जाके लोगों को ट्रेंड करते हैं और समाज के उस तबके को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं, एम्पावर्ड करने का काम करते हैं, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने का काम करते हैं, जो आज कहीं ना कहीं निगलेक्टेड हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने भी जब संविधान की रचना की थी और जब संविधान बनाया था तो उनके मन में भी वही चीज़ था कि जो बैक वेंचर हैं उनको कैसे हम मुख्य धारा में लाएं। और उनका एक थ्रस्ट था कि जो लोग आज जो हमारा देश है जो एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंडेंट है, 70% 80% उस समय एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंडेंट, इस भार को कैसे हम कम कर सकते हैं। तो नॉन एग्रीकल्चर में जाना है। नॉन एग्रीकल्चर में अगर हम जाना है तो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात करते थे, और उसमें आज डेटा का रोल, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म का रोल बहुत बड़ा अहम है। तो बाबा साहब उस समय सपना देखे थे, चाहे सोशली अपलिफ्टमेंट की बात हो, सोशली समानता जिसको हम कहते हैं, समाज में समानता है, उसके लिए भी जब वो आर्टिकल्स लिख रहे थे, आर्टिकल्स 14 जब उन्होंने लिखा तो इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ और इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉ, तो हम कैसे उसको, जैसे आर्टिकल 16 में हम रिजर्वेशन की बात करते हैं, तो रिजर्वेशन क्यों आया? रिजर्वेशन इसलिए आया कि समाज में कुछ लोग पिछड़े हुए हैं जो सोशली अपलिफ्ट नहीं हैं, जिनको ज़रूरत है कि उनको हम कुछ ऐसे मदद करें। तो वो भी एक डेटा था उस समय कि कितने लोग उस तरह के लोग हैं। बैकवर्ड क्लासेस की बात की गई थी, आज हम उसको इंटरप्रेट करके SC ST करते हैं। तो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का भी वो परिकल्पना था, वो मिशन था, और उसको हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं उसको समझ करके के आज भी आप जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट देखेंगे, जितने चाहे आप मेक इन इंडिया की बात करें, बहुत बड़ा स्टार्टअप हब बन रहा है, और हम कहाँ से कहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी के रूप में हम बढ़ चुके हैं। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं बाबा साहब के अम्बेडकर के जो इंस्पिरेशन था, उनकी जो सोच था, उससे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी इंस्पायर्ड होकर के काम कर रहे हैं, और एक रिवोल्यूशन आ रहा है हमारे इस क्षेत्र में, टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में। और निश्चित तौर पर यही एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है, यही एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जो डेटा आधारित क्षेत्र है, जहाँ पर हम करप्शन को कम कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पर हम करप्शन जीरो कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पर समाज में भेदभाव है उसको हम कम कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि होता क्या है कि जिस तरह से भाई भतीजावाद होता है, रेड टेपिज्म जिसको कहते हैं, जहाँ पर लोग अपने लोगों को प्रोत्साहित करने का काम करते हैं, अपने लोगों को कुछ बूस्टअप करने का काम करते हैं, किसी तरह से उनको आगे बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं, काइंड ऑफ करप्शन है। उस करप्शन को डेटा ही रोक सकता है। तो ये आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो सपना है विकसित भारत का, और जो एमएसएमई के माध्यम से उन्होंने बोला है कि वोकल फॉर लोकल और मेक इट ग्लोबल, जो छोटे छोटे आर्टिसियंस होते हैं जो काम करते हैं, तो उनको डेटा, उनको खोज करके गांव में बसे हुए, सुदूर गांव में बसे हुए लोगों को निकाल करके, उनको खोज के डेटा बना करके, एनालिटिकल डेटा बना करके ऐसे लोगों को मदद करना है कि हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है, इंडिजिनस प्रोडक्ट है, उसको कैसे हम लोकल से वोकल करते हुए ग्लोबल बनाएं कि हम एक्सपोर्ट कर सकें और देश इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन जो बाबा साहब के सपना था उसको पार करते हुए देश को हम विकसित करें। तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि आज एमएसएमई भी जो विभाग है आज 45-47% एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है हमारा प्रोडक्ट को, और जीडीपी में 30% का उसका आउटपुट है। तो ये सपना बाबा साहब ने देखा, उसको आज आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री उसको पूरा करें। तो ये सब डेटा ही है। अब डेटा के मायने बहुत अच्छे हैं तो उसका कुछ मिसयूज होता है। जिस तरह से स्मिता गुप्ता जी बोल रही थी, निश्चित तौर पर आज बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं, एक से एक स्मार्ट लोग हैं जो पढ़ने के बाद दूसरी डायरेक्शन में चले जाते हैं, तो उस डेटा का मिसयूज होता है। तो आज हमारे पास चैलेंज है कुछ डेटा की सिक्योरिटी, सुरक्षा, संवर्धन, प्रबंधन और उसको सही तरीके से लागू करने के लिए आज की ज़रूरत है। जो डेटा गवर्नेंस की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो आज का टॉपिक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा टॉपिक है, और डेटा गवर्नेंस निश्चित तौर पर डेटा को अगर हम गवर्न कर पाए, सही तरीके से उसको चालू कर पाएँ, सुचारू तरीके से, सुरक्षित तरीके से, ट्रांसपेरेंसी जिसमें हो और सबके सामने अवेलेबल हो। आज हम लोग भी सामाजिक जीवन में हैं और आप एक क्लिक कीजिएगा तो मेरा सारा प्रोफाइल आपके पास आएगा, ये डेटा का ही चीज़ है। तो ये ट्रांसपेरेंसी आज आनी चाहिए, और ये ट्रांसपेरेंसी ही नीति निर्धारण सरकार को मजबूत बनाता है, और सरकार इससे आगे बढ़ कर के गवर्नमेंट जो हमारे समाज में सोशली बैकवर्ड क्लासेस हैं उसके लिए करके समाज के मुख्य धारा में जोड़ते हैं, और हमारा देश विकसित होने के कगार पर जो सपना हमने 47 में एक टारगेट फिक्स किया कि 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड हमको बनना है, तो ये डेटा का ही कमाल है। तो ये डेटा आप सब विद्यमान है, बहुत ज़्यादा मैं इस पर व्याख्यान नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन मैं आपसे कहते हुए मुझे हर्ष भी हो रहा है कि हमारा जो विभाग है इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, बिहार में 2007 में इसकी शुरुआत हुई थी, और उसके बाद से एक लंबा सफ़र तय किया है, और हम लोग बहुत सारे ऐसे काम करते हैं। एक आईटी डिपार्टमेंट एक ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट है, समझिए तो बिहार ही क्या, आईटी देश दुनिया में जहाँ भी है, एक तरह से समझिए कि लोगों के लिए हृदय के समान है, वो लाइफ लाइन है, इसके बगैर हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं। आज जितने भी बिहार में संस्थाएं हैं, हमारे पास डेटा सेंटर भी है, उस डेटा सेंटर के माध्यम से जितने भी विभाग के रिकॉर्ड्स होते हैं, सारे रिकॉर्ड्स हमारे पास सुरक्षित है। बैकएंड प्लान है, अगर उसमें कुछ दिक्कतें होती है तो उसको हम तुरंत हम रिकवर करते हैं। तो ये सारा चीज़ बिहार सरकार भी कर रही है। तो डेटा सेंटर के माध्यम से हम उन सारे रिकॉर्ड्स को यहाँ पर सुरक्षित कर रहे हैं। हमारे पास विस्मान की बात करते हैं, बिहार बाइडेरिया जो वैन विस्मान जो बाइडेरिया नेटवर्क की बात करते हैं, उस माध्यम से बिहार के अभी 2.0 है, फिर हम अभी अप्रूव्ड कर दिए 3.0 का। ये बिहार के जितने भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, प्रखंड हैं, अब पंचायत स्तर में भी हम इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी प्रदान करते हैं। उसमें वीडियो ऑडियो के माध्यम से जितने भी कार्य होते हैं वो होते हैं। अब हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को ज़रूरत है तो कहीं पर किसी भी ब्लॉक से कनेक्ट हो जाना है। आप देखिएगा कि फ्लड जब आया था उस समय जब हमको वहाँ जा नहीं पाते हैं तो उसके माध्यम से हम कनेक्ट होकर के लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनते हैं, पदाधिकारियों से बात करते हैं। कोविड-19 में आपने देखा होगा कि कितना बड़ा काम किया गया है इसके माध्यम से। हम सारी पॉलिसीज़ हमारी सारी मीटिंग इसी माध्यम से होती थी। फिर secretariat.lan है, उसमें हम सारे ऑप्टिकल फाइबर के माध्यम से कनेक्टिविटी देते हैं और फास्ट कनेक्टिविटी देते हैं, जिससे लोग उसको आसानी से काम कर सकें, सुचारू रूप से काम कर सकें। तो आईटी जो डिपार्टमेंट है अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट है, जिसमें हम ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं। कौशल विकास की जो बिहार विकास मिशन के माध्यम से स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम जो चल रहा है, जिसमें हज़ारों युवाओं को हम ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, और ट्रेनिंग पा करके विभिन्न ट्रेड में काम करते हैं, उनको रोज़गार मिलता है। और हमने न्यू आईटी पॉलिसी भी लाई है। 9/1/24 में एक आईटी पॉलिसी आया है, जिसमें हम यहाँ के इन्वेस्टर को, जो यहाँ इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, उनको हम सुविधा प्रदान करेंगे। कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट में 30% हमने उनको सब्सिडी देने की बात की है। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल में हम 25% सब्सिडी देने की बात करें। लीज रेंटल में हम उनको सब्सिडी देने की बात कर रहे हैं। और अगर कोई 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा और जो 1000 से ज़्यादा रोज़गार सृजन करने की क्षमता रखता है, उसको हम उसके हिसाब से टेलर मेड व्यवस्था रखे हैं। आप उसके हिसाब से, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करेंगे। हम प्रोविडेंट फंड होता है, ESI जो सर्विस होता है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट सर्विस है, उसको हम फ्री 100% कर रहे हैं। तो ये सारी बात जो बिहार सरकार कर रही है, और हम सब मिल करके बिहार को एक डेवलप्ड राज्य बनाने के लिए आईटी का एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। और निश्चित तौर पर आईटी ही एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जहाँ पर हम निष्पक्ष रूप से नीति का निर्धारण कर सकते हैं, नीति को इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, और उस समाज के जिस तबके को हम टारगेट करते हैं, उनके वो जो पहुँच है, जो हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है और जो बेनिफिशरी होते हैं, उन तक पहुँचने के लिए आईटी का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। और उसमें डेटा का अपने आप में एक महत्व है। समझिए कि डेटा एक आत्मा का समान है। सोल जो होता है, जो सही जो होता है, पवित्र आत्मा जिसको कहते हैं, कि बहुत सारे काम करते हैं, जो अगर वो आत्मा अगर दुराचारी हो जाता है तो उसी को शैतान कहते हैं आपके समझ में, और किसी को भगवान कहते हैं। तो डेटा भी उसी तरह से, अगर डेटा का हम गलत यूज करें तो शैतान हो जाएगा, डेटा का सही यूज करें तो भगवान हो जाएगा। तो सरकार इसके लिए नीति बनाई है, इसको रोकने के लिए नीति बनाई है। हर चीज़ से हमारे पास ऐसा कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म है, SMS के माध्यम से हो, चाहे सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म है, जहाँ पर सरकार की सारी सुविधाएं वहाँ पर उपलब्ध है। बिहार बन करके हम लोग नया एक प्रोजेक्ट लाने जा रहे हैं कि जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पर, जितने भी घर हैं, उनके सारे लोगों का एक डेटा बैंक हम तैयार कर रहे हैं। उनकी क्या समस्याएं हैं, वो सारा चीज़ हम करने जा रहे हैं। तो हर तरह के काम हम कर रहे हैं आईटी डिपार्टमेंट में, चाहे इन्वेस्टमेंट का सेक्टर हो, ट्रेनिंग का सेक्टर हो, लोगों को, जैसे जितने भी गवर्नमेंट के लोग हैं, सबको जो सैलरी मिलता है डीबीटी के माध्यम से ट्रांसफ़र किया जाता है। तो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है हमारा जो विभाग है, जो एक जगह से सारे कार्य किए जाते हैं, चाहे वो सामाजिक हो, चाहे वो आर्थिक हो, चाहे वो कल्चरल तरीके को, सबको यूनिफॉर्म सिस्टम अगर कहीं है तो आईटी डिपार्टमेंट है। और आईटी डिपार्टमेंट अपने आप में बड़ा है, और हम समझते हैं कि आप लोग भी इस क्षेत्र में बहुत काम किए हैं। और आपकी जो कार्यशाला है, जो 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाला है, ये सारी बातें जो बन के आएगी, निकल के आएगी, निश्चित तौर पर एक गेम चेंजर का काम करेगा, एक नए आयाम देगा। और हम तो नहीं रह पाएंगे क्योंकि हम लोग के ऐसे मजबूरी है, लेकिन जो भी आप लेक्चर होंगे यहाँ, मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूँगा कि मुझे भी मुहैया करा दिया जाए, ताकि मैं भी कुछ सीख सकूं, और आपसे जो इनपुट मिले वो इनपुट मैं अपने विभाग में ट्रांसफ़र कर सकूं, जो बिहार वासियों के लिए एक आने वाला समय में एक प्रेरणा का स्रोत होगा, एक डेवलपमेंट के नए आयाम लिखेगा। मैं ऐसे कामना करता हूं, और आप सबको बहुत शुभकामना, बहुत धन्यवाद। खास करके आदरी के सारे डायरेक्टर्स को, जो भी लोग हैं, उनको मैं अपने हृदय के गहराइयों से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस लायक समझा, काबिल समझा कि मैं कुछ बातें आपके सामने रख सकूं। कुछ भी गलतियां हो उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, आपने बहुत ही दिल से भाषण दिया। और आज भी जो हमारे अतिथिगण हैं, सभी किसी न किसी तरह से जुड़े हुए हैं emotionally, or I think that is what has brought them together, and I really thank you for this. एक शुरुआत में हमारे प्रोग्राम में because I hurried a bit, I missed a very important tribute that we had planned, which was a tribute of standing ovation and 1 minute silence for our first chairman, Professor Muchkund Dubey, who passed away recently. He was a very, very active chairman who was there till his last days. He was very concerned and about Adri and us. So I would just request everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. मंत्री जी को एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट काम के लिए निकलना पड़ रहा है, तो he just allow us a minute or two and we will then begin the lecture. So I'm in front and sit in front. Now I think the main part of the workshop begins now. So and so how? Most awaited talk of this morning, and I would request Professor Karandikar to come up and deliver his lecture. So there's a slight change in the agenda. Earlier we had planned that there would be a break for tea in the middle, but now as soon as Professor Karandikar finishes his talk, we would go into right away into the discussion and question answer, and tea will be served to everyone. Thank
you. Dear Professor Ajit Sinha, Ashmita Gupta, guests and friends. Many thanks for inviting me here on this occasion as a memorial lecture for Professor Shaibal Gupta ji. I did not interact with him here, but my interaction with Professor Shaibal Gupta were in Delhi in TV studios when I used to do election prediction work. And on camera, of course, we don't speak, but then in between waiting time, before and after, I would speak with the other guests. And it was there that I have interacted with him. I don't remember how many times, but definitely more than one, maybe several. So I wish I could have been here when he was around and continued our discussions, but I'm glad to be here today. So the theme of the workshop is, of course, very interesting. And while there are going to be more technical speeches coming up later, I want to go back a little bit on the back end and figure out where all this is leading to. So first of all, importance of data for decision making is today given. We don't have to explain, we don't have to say why. But it has not been so always, right? So in fact, bringing in data itself, at most 150 years old is there, information, the history that one sees. And India was fortunate that perhaps as a chance event it happened that Professor Mahalanobis, who some of you may be surprised to know that he was actually a physicist and he had gone to study physics to England at Cambridge after doing undergrad studies in Calcutta, but he had gone to study physics. He did study physics, but he picked up this new emerging theme. The word statistics was yet to be coined and frozen there, and he learned about it and its importance. He came back, he became a member of the physics department at Presidency College, Calcutta, but continued his interest in data and statistics, and established the statistical laboratory at Presidency College. He was given a small room which was below a staircase, so a triangular shaped room, and it still exists in Presidency College, Calcutta, where this whole thing began. The statistical laboratory itself then was transformed to Indian Statistical Institute, where I studied. So many of Indians studied, but more importantly, he got introduced to Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, well before independence, perhaps through Tagore, and he impressed on Nehru the importance of data, especially in making policies for a new India, for a free India. And again, something very interesting, that Indian cabinet had a statistical advisor before it had a scientific advisor. So that perhaps is the only example that one knows where this thing happened. And so Mahalanobis had an important role in governance to the extent of making decisions based on data. This he impressed on the government, and then he created policy, he created the structure to obtain data and then deliver it to the government for decision making. And that thing has grown. The NSSO, which was part of ISI, then got separated as a separate entity, and then eventually today it is under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Lots of policies happened that way, and they still happen. There have been always glitches. In anything happening on a very large scale, there will be glitches, and the effort has always to be how we can improve things. Part of that exercise is this entity that is created, for which I am involved these days, called National Statistical Commission. And so we are looking at several challenges which exist. One of them is the delay in report generating and releasing report after the data has been collected. That has been one big issue, and NSC, the commission, along with the Ministry of Statistics, we are trying to address that and bringing it down. There are various other smaller issues which we are looking at, but this is a one single point which we would like to, I would like to see whether I was successful or not in my term would be to see whether or not we can bring down the time delay. The other issue is importance of data. Everybody understands, but how do you get data? Government has collected the data, but how can a researcher or even a policy maker, let's say policymakers in the Bihar, they would, how will they get data? Now somebody will say, oh, they are in the same side of the politics, so why should be a problem? Other state may have a problem, but why should Bihar have a problem? The problem is not politics. Even central ministry, nothing to do with state and center. Central ministry, one ministry to the other ministry, availability of data is not that easy. Okay. Indeed, I was surprised as consulting. I was involved with some of the private sector Indian multinational entities, and even there, one department to the other department, they do not want to share data, because data is now power. You hold the data, then anybody needs it has to come to you. If it is easily available, आपका क्या बचा है उसमें? So, I mean, this is a very loose way of saying it, but this is something behind that importance now understand, but with importance comes power. So, one of the things is to make data which is generated by Ministry of Statistics, to make it available as much time delay as possible, as little time delay as possible, and of course then there are issue of privacy. You put all data up there and you are going to violate hundreds of laws, right? So then the thing comes about what part has to be private and what part has to be public, and that has to be carefully enunciated, written down, and then practiced. The another issue which comes up is, okay, we are talking about sampling, and that's how Mahalanobis began, collecting data, analyzing it, etc., etc. But now over time, things have changed. Tax data government was anyway collecting, who has paid how many tax. But in each district register, something will be there. Delhi mein kisi ko pata bhi nahi hoga ki how we get hold of that. But with the world having changed, today everything is available. So data is available in plenty, but one government department to the other, even if data is made available, the data doesn't talk to each other. So let me explain what I mean by that. So data is public, is available, let's say, or easily available, let's say, one ministry to the other. But the way the data is stored, there are various codes involved. So let me take an example of GST. That's one of the latest ones, of course, newly created entity, and largest chunk of data is available there, very important data. So those who have filed a GST or filed a GST for their company, their institute, wherever, they would know there is something called a code. You have to give a 6-digit code as to what this is about. Now, likewise, import-export data. So they also store a whole lot of data. There are codes. Now, so even if these, there is some minister who are common minister for both, or the two ministers can collaborate and say, okay, let's share data. But the data doesn't talk to each other because codes are different. One of them, they don't care where is the destination code. Other one may classify the same thing differently. So this is a very important requirement now. We have been talking about it, and let's say how we do things, but to have a synergy first, at least between all the central government entities which are collecting data, and then expand it to all state governments, at least who are willing to immediately make a change, to have a uniform policy whereby the same entity, the same data doesn't get stored under different categories into different data sets. Once that happens, we will see that this correctly doing this will have a huge impact, lot more than the sample data, okay, that the ministry generates. But especially for economic policy making, let's say in the GST data, along with various things, the PIN code of the entity. Right now, perhaps only the state thing gets captured. Even only in the address field, some details come, but that address field doesn't get into a database. It is sitting on a piece of the final PDFs or whatever have been filed by the entities. The data sheet doesn't get capture these things. So if you also capture a lot more points and store them correctly, the value of this data set will go way beyond. The more we look at it, the more is the, for example, the UPI payments. I mean, to begin with bank itself, but now even that has gone way beyond. All this is generating data. It is available somewhere. So how to coordinate it, how to capture it, how to decide what is private and what can be made public. And public also we can make several norms. I mean, there can be, one is public, other is decision makers, and so on and so forth. So the in changing times, we have to change. In Mahalanobis' time, there was no data, and he had to create from nothing, the structure from nothing, and he generated methodologies, and we can improve upon them and continue them. But with changing times, we have to adapt and get more, and this government which data, capturing it properly and making it available properly is the next big challenge, and that is one thing we have been trying to talk about and do. The let me bring in one other related issue, that someone would think that what is it that in Mahalanobis' time he didn't think of it, and why is it important today, or why is this a new thought, was it not known then? So what has changed in all these years is the computing power that has gone up and up and up and continues to go up. Along with that, the ease of communication, or the communicative power of communication. So I go back in time about just under 50 years ago, that when I was born and brought up in Indore, and then I went to Calcutta to study for undergraduate, for masters. And to reach itself for me by train, by changing a train, it would take 44 hours. And then I have to, there are no relatives, nobody that we know. Anyway, in Calcutta those days, phones won't work, and at my home we didn't have a phone anyway. So to communicate just that I have arrived was itself a pain. I mean, I would argue with my mother that why do I have to send a telegram? If I am leaving, obviously I will reach. And for me in Calcutta, after having reached after 44 hours, to send a telegram home, I have to again get to a bus and go 5 kilometers to send a telegram. From there we have come a long, long way. Constantly we are in touch with parents or friends, and even if we are not in touch, they can track you, they can decide all this. So the world has changed. Along with that, what has changed is availability of data has changed. Likewise, the word data science was unheard of 25 years ago. The word itself got coined and its importance seen. So statistics as a theme existed. So what is it? Why is it that some new thing is happening, new changes happen? So one way to say that would be, let's say I was a student and then a teacher in statistics going back in time. My PhD itself was 1981, long, long back. So we can teach something, then if somebody gets excited, they think and say, so okay, if I ask you this question, can you answer it? I said, yeah, I can answer it. I'll tell you the equation that the system will follow. So he says, but what is that good to me? Can you tell me an answer? Yes or no? I said, no, but that equation we cannot solve. Right? So the theoretical work that we were doing and I was teaching, it could not be used in practice because it was only formulas and theorems. The fact that computer science came along and power came along, that made the transformation. already in Mahalanobis' time, here, the computers had come to India, late 60s maybe or early 70s. And interestingly, out of the first two computers which came, one went to Delhi for government, the other came to Calcutta ISI. The next when the next levels came again, ISI kept getting the updated one, and it went into IITs for teaching. So so I studied, I was taught programming in 1976 and at ISI. And for us to, that time a few places else they were writing codes, they were taught, but the exam will mean you write down a code and the teacher will evaluate line by line and say it is right or wrong. But we were fortunate enough that we could write a code and actually run on a program. Some IITs also it was there. But it used to take me 48 hours. I had to write on a piece of paper the program and give it to one thing in ISI. Then they will create the cards and we have to take the card and take it to the computer center after 24 hours, and 24 hours later they will give me a printout of the output. And it will be, say, error card number 7. So start all over again, 48 hours. From there, so in that era, getting any real work done through programming was a big task. They did it, some work was done, but it is this power which has changed. Today it's like a funny story. And if we tell it to the younger kids, they will think that, you are imagining things. How could it be, right? So the computing power, along with that, the communication power. These two have made things which could not even have been imagined doable are today doable. So that is the power. Now, with all the importance being given to data, I'm not common people, but people who are users of, let's say, statistics or data science and so on for their decision making, corporate, this, that. So not one or two, but several more have asked me that with changing times, with data science and AI ML coming up, you and your likes, that means people who studied statistics will be out of job, because who needs you? Whatever we need, it will be done by a computer, by AI ML. So so the question is, what is the role of statistics in the era of AI ML and whatnot? So my answer to that is that perhaps for 90% of the questions, maybe even 95% of the questions, what is being said is fine. That you have a question, you put a data in a computer program, hopefully written by someone who understands what it is, and it will give you the answer and you can just go ahead. Going to a statistician, he may take some more time and eventually come to the same conclusion. So yeah, superfluous, not needed. But the question is, in the remaining 10% or 5%, or depends on who we are talking to, somebody may not even consider 5%, but it is not 100%. There will be scenarios where one could be misled. And that is where the role of statistics, or not exactly the statistics which I was taught or I taught, not everything around that, but the ideas in statistics are important. And the more we are using data for decision making, the more important. If earlier nobody was using it, then how can I convey that it is important? But now that it is being used, now here again, as a theoretician, I can give some examples. I can say, suppose, I'm a mathematician, so we can suppose anything and start drawing conclusions. But somebody in the audience can say, suppose not. Then what? If you are interested in, suppose I am not interested in that problem, then don't I need statistics? Do I need statistics? So the best way to address such things is to actually give historical example. Okay? And I'll quickly give two examples. One example from history is where all these things began. Before Mahalanobis went to England. Okay? And Sir Francis Galton, a cousin of Darwin, after Darwin's theory had taken the world by storm, the science world by storm at that time, he started thinking that, oh, if everything is to do with inheritance from genetics, then what will happen to intelligence? So his prime concern was what happens to intelligence with passage of generations. They would have seen some things that, okay, somebody with super intelligent person, his son or daughter also was intelligent and so on and so forth. And then Darwin's theory compiled with that. So he did an experiment. He got hold of peas, that is matar ke dane, okay? That why that is chosen in various biological experiments is perhaps that the turnaround time, that seed lagane ke baad, by the time you get the crop is very minimal maybe. So he sent seeds to his friends and he noted down to whom what kind of seed he sent. To some he sent very healthy or fatter than average cells peas, and then for the others the lower one. From their replies, he analyzed that data and he came to a striking conclusion, which is the beginning of what is now the most commonly used statistical tool called regression. Okay? He developed a thing that how do we predict the size of the child seed from the parent seed. Okay? And he came to a striking conclusion and he wrote it as the, he called it regression to the mean. So his observation was that if you take a seed which is better than average, whichever way you look at better, then the child seed will also be better than average but closer to average than the parent. And vice versa for the weaker, the things which is below the average will be also weaker but better than the parent seed. And this is what he called regression to the mean. Remember, regression is the opposite of progression or progress, and that is a positive thing and regression is a negative thing. And as a student it used to bother me that why is the most popular and important tool given a negative name, regression. Anyway, so Galton had been president of various societies and he has given this as his presidential talk and is there in Nature and so on and so forth, this talks on these matters. And his theory was that this same will happen with humans. And then for all traits, including intelligence. And his striking conclusion was that they will, unless we intervene, there will be no super intelligent people remaining. If there were passages for every generation, everybody will go closer to the average. Okay? And then I won't get into what all they wrote. Some of it is completely racist writing. But it was pointed out to him, to Sir Galton, that perhaps the same data that he is using, if he tries to predict the width of the parent seed from the child thing, the other way reversal, that will also give a regression to the mean. This is something which is taught in statistics as two lines of regression, x to y and y on x and why not. But what happens is that in theory it is taught, but if something, make a conclusion is made, you don't necessarily want to connect it to the theory and it is completely believable. Indeed, I tell students that you do, those who can access data and easy to find. Let's say it will take effort, it is not easy to find, but let's take data from Indian passport data. Okay? And parent and son or daughter relationship will be noted there. And you pick all the pairs that you can get for which the data is there, for which you can get the height of the father and height of the children. And you take 20 plus only children so that they are not going to grow after that. And apply what Galton had done, and we'll get the same conclusion. But you reverse the role and try predict the height of the father from the child height, again you will get the same conclusion, regression to the mean. It was pointed out to Galton, but once you believe in a theory, then any counter example being given you, then something is wrong in what you are doing. No, I completely am believing in. So this is something which is possible with just what I sometimes call pure data-driven inference. Okay? That those who have not studied statistics, for them it may seem very reasonable that you take data from parents and child, and based on that use the best statistical tool to predict the son of the height, and this seems right. And all the people who are now being touted as data science experts will all testify that, yeah, that is correct. So what is missing is the statistical thought behind the thing. Understanding what the data is representing, what is the relationship, what are you looking for, and all that. Okay? So just mindless taking large chunk of data and putting it in a, as they say, data science engine. The word, you don't call it a tool, you call it engine. So you put it in a data science engine and get the answer. Sometimes you may be getting a completely wrong answer. On a lighter note, let's say we are talking about driverless cars. Let's say it is reality. Maybe not in our time, next generation time. And you just get in the car, tell where you want to go, close your eyes, sleep, and then when you reach, the engine will wake you up saying that you have reached. Now imagine somebody sitting in Bangalore and gives instruction to his engine that he wants to go to Belgaum. Now the word and the spelling Belgaum is fairly close to that of Belgium. Okay? And you know the rest of what I want to say. You say that and go to sleep, and then you are going to go. So this is the point that somewhere, unless you have context, you understand what we are talking about, mindless believing in this theme can lead to trouble. So the other way of putting it, in the economist way of putting it, is, okay, what is the loss given the risk? The risk event is something wrong went. Okay, somewhere something went wrong. Maybe in your writing the spelling, in their understanding your way of pronunciation, something went wrong. It led to a wrong conclusion. Okay, so given the risk event, what is the loss? Now, if the loss is minimal, it doesn't matter. And if, on the other hand, if the loss is huge, it matters a lot. So the in use of data-driven tools for decision making, there has to be a role of somebody who understands domain, and not everything, but every now and then looking at what conclusions are coming, and definitely looking at it if it has a huge impact. Okay? That is important, and this tells us a lot. Other important point is the knowing how the data has been generated, okay, or who has collected the data. Today the feel is, I am giving you several gigabytes of data. Why are you asking all these questions? You just move on. Don't waste time. But gigabyte or terabyte, how is the thing collected? So is it, and about whom are you wanting to make a conclusion? Is the data representative of the population for which you are making the conclusion? That is a very important point, and missing that, one can miss all kinds of issues. Okay? Because today people are, now last 5 years I have been out of any opinion poll analysis and so on, so I can talk about it very freely, but those who knew me, and some of them experts, some of them directors of other leading institutions, used to be very amused. They say, each time I talk to you, you have not moved. You do the same thing in 2015, what you started doing in 1998. grow up. New world has changed. Now there is, social media, there is all kinds of things. Why are you not using this data? घर घर जाके data collect करने में क्या तुक है? So I will just look at him and say that, okay, I'll leave that to the next generation to do. I don't believe in that. Because they say, but why? The social media data is what is being driven by all the mega corporations are going by that data and using that to decide. So I said, that, look, if you want to sell an iPhone or something equivalent to that under Android or whatever, going by social media data and what people are writing out is good enough, because you are targeting a population, all of which is heavily into tech savvy and spending a whole lot of time on their phones, and therefore what they are writing, they are abusing a new model or giving praises to a new model counts a lot. And yes, certainly you can just go by that, and even if it is not randomly chosen, if it is a large chunk, and you can, fine, at least it is representative. Now you can apply corrections and do this and that. But if you are, for example, election, that is what I had been working on all these years, if for that we stick to social media data, then it is clear what is happening. I mean, it is not at all representative of the whole thing, and certain classes are heavily represented and certain classes are completely ignored and certain classes are minorly represented. So in that it is clearly not usable. But this thinking has to translate to, if somebody brings data to a doctor, the doctor first thing has to ask is how is the data collected, not just that the data is given. History in a sense, but not quite, because history people think of at least 30, 50 years ago. Now this is only, what, 3 years ago, beginning of COVID, 4 years ago. When no medicine was there, this whole thing was new. We all were taken for a shock that this business called lockdown and stay home and so on. And first time it happened 3 weeks, we said, 3 weeks you have to stay home. We didn't know that this 3 weeks is going to keep expanding, right? So there was no medicine. And but some of us, or perhaps all of us in this room, could stay home. But there were these frontline workers who had to go. Apart from doctors, there were cleaners, there were supplies, all this had to be kept running. And therefore, with absence of everything else, some of the experts thought that HCQ, the medicine for malaria, may have some impact, and therefore all the healthcare workers were being given malaria dose, HCQ dose. In May 2020, a paper appeared in Lancet, one of the leading journals in medical science, and that claimed that HCQ is not only not helping, it is worsening the outcome. And it claimed to have collected data from across the continents, large number of hospitals, and they said that it is actually increasing the risk by a factor of 2 almost. It's written in a confusing way, but that was the impact. It was so much so that WHO, which was had started clinical trials involving HCQ, stopped it forthwith. And of course, Indian media, media, first thing they want is always to bring some news that people will like to hear. So they went, all the channels were doing shows about this, and then of course WHO has stopped it, but Indian government में तो time लगेगा, so अभी भी वो लोगों को ये दवाई दे रहे हैं which is worsening their outcome. Okay. Now at that time, Director General of CSIR was my friend, and he's a biologist. So he called me. He said that there is this journal paper. Have you seen? I said no, I have not. So he sent me. He asked me what is my take on that. He said there are other issues with this paper, but that we are debating and discussing, but statistics issue. So I read that paper, and it clearly had data from large number of hospitals across the globe. Let's say the hospitals claimed by him are representative, and some patients which are coming there were given HCQ and others were given nothing because nothing else was available. And then how many were given, and amongst them, each of these two groups, how many deaths. Okay. And percentage wise, one could see more or less not exactly twice, but overall when you aggregate, the death rates were significantly high amongst these people. And that is the basis of the conclusion. Now, when I read the paper 5 times, with lockdown nothing else to do, what do? I have to give some answer to my friend, and then I thought, okay, but the data doesn't tell us how the people who were given HCQ chosen. It only says amongst those given HCQ how many died. Now, if you think about it, if one of us or each one can think, if you are the doctor and you have a limited supply of a medicine and a whole lot of people are coming in, you know you will not be able to give it to everybody. How will you choose? Obviously, in your judgment, who need it most? So, those who are showing symptoms, and then along with that symptomatic people, everybody who they came in touch with was being brought to the hospital to test. So obviously you will give to those with symptoms, and they are obviously more at risk, and within that you will see more deaths. So the data is inconclusive because it misses to record this important variable which is important for your conclusion. I'm told by my economist friend this is called omitted variable bias. Various other names under various user groups. So it is well studied, well known, and but when I saw this, I wrote this, I sent it to my friend, and given my connect with the Indian media, I tried to contact our media people that we want to do a show on this. Anyway, no expense because everybody will appear online only, and I will come, but I will also get DGCSIR to appear and so on and so forth. Nobody was interested. So the part is that later that paper had to be withdrawn. There were lots of other issues, and I'm not talking about that. So finding out whether or not you have included all the relevant variables in your model that you are trying to draw conclusion about. Okay? Otherwise, you are missing the. So this is bringing up again that data is very good, useful, whether it is representative. If it is representative, is it capturing all the relevant variables? And have you built the right model? So one last example to conclude by, which will tell us importance about model and the domain knowledge and what all is leading to. Again, history. And we go back to World War era. And Second World War, the aircraft itself was all new technology, new, and certainly first time it was being used at a wide scale in war. But interesting that they were not using it in the war, World War II, to go and bomb at the line at which the fight is happening, to try to go and put on just on the other side of the thing. No, it was psychological warfare. So the British planes were going all the way to Berlin and bombing Berlin, and likewise the German planes were going to London and bombing London. So this was clearly psychological warfare. Okay, and the flights will be going very low, and there were no anti-aircraft guns. The aircraft itself was new, so there was no anti-aircraft gun. So they were low enough that people will take their gun like this and they kept shooting. So of course there was no way that you can pinpoint to a certain point where you want to hit the aircraft. If it hits the aircraft, you are lucky enough, right? So this was the scenario in which some aircrafts were falling, some aircrafts were coming back, and it seems in England, somebody who understood these things a little better maybe, or conscientious, he was keeping notes on, or actually tally marks on, the aircrafts which are returning, where were they hit. So let's say you divide the aircraft into 20 parts, then you are recording part number 3, this one comes part number 4 and 7, and so on. And when sufficient data came, then he presented it, and then somebody presented it next level, and they said, okay, these parts are very susceptible for hit by thing. So we should strengthen those parts. The aircrafts were just somehow being put together and going to war. So you make, abhi next batch mein improve kar do yahan par, like that. That is what the talk was. By then US was in the war with England. They were together. And the data was also shared with US, and they were consulting mathematicians, and one of them turned out to be a statistician, Abraham Wald. And Wald looked at this data, and he looked at it very differently. And there is a whole lot of things now in declassified documents in the web. I have picked it up all from declassified documents available on the web, but it is in my language that I'm saying, that he came up with a model that the hit on an aircraft is happening randomly, equally likely, okay, because you are not aiming at any place. So all these are equally likely. And second thing was that there were no built-in redundancy. That means today, as we all know, and even those who don't know can be reassured, that in an aircraft, if you see twin engine plane, it means that even if one engine goes down completely, the aircraft can come down on its own, can fly back. It will not fall. So they are all designed and think in a way redundancy to the extent that if there is 4 engines, then maybe 2 or even certainly 1, if it goes down, the aircraft will continue to fly. Nothing will change. They don't even have to come down in a hurry. So this is what is called redundancy. So at that time there were no redundancies. So with these two assumptions in the model which were relevant at that time, one can see that the conclusion should be exactly the opposite one. Sorry. Should be exactly the opposite one. That if all parts are equally likely to be hit, and you see a whole lot of hits here, but not a single hit in this area, amongst which have come back, which means the area where you are not seeing the hit is the one which is most susceptible, and therefore that is what needs to strengthen. And when his thing was presented to for the decision makers, then they have to make out. He says, yeah, this one will not make any sense to them, right? So you have to come out with which is the area which is conclusion, if we accept his thing, which is the area where you now need to strengthen. And then the answer was so straightforward that they should have guessed it even before all coming in. The engine. There was not a single hit at engine in the aircraft which had come back. So apart from that, then few other areas which came, and that was the strength. And I hear that till Vietnam War era, the US defense continued to use those models. After that, these assumptions became no more relevant, and therefore they have to come up with new models. So through my examples, I tried to convey that yes, data is oil, and data is all important, and we can use newer and newer tools because we have computing power, communicating power, but we have to keep, as yet we are not, remember it is still AI, it is not I, it is artificial intelligence. When it moves to the level of intelligence, if it moves, I don't know, but at least from foreseeable thing at least, we need to have a intelligent mind to take a look at what is being planned and what is the conclusion coming, and especially when the risk, the loss given the risk is high, then this must be done. Without that, we are going to have a nosedive. We may have a nosedive. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much for this very stimulating talk. Now I would request the audience to, if you have any questions or comments to make, we have about half an hour.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Professor Rajiv. I was asking that we are seeing in India, for example, Ayushman Bharat, several other programs like Punjab government has launched Aam Aadmi clinics. Now, how can we leverage various sources of data, not necessarily arising in a primary way, to get an understanding of the adoption of these programs, quality, impact, gaps, etc.
So, not primary way meaning?
So, the best way, of course, as you spoke in your talk, is if we understand the data from the ground itself in a with robust methodology. But oftentimes that may take time, it requires funding, and the digital systems that are getting put in place right now, their adoption is incomplete. So many times that data is both asymmetrical and incomplete. So if we want to do rapid assessment, but which is still useful and reasonably reliable for policy and practice, how can we approach this? Thank you.
Yeah. So, important question, but very difficult to have one answer. I think for till we have more understanding, it will be difficult, and each question will have to be answered in its own right. It's very difficult to come up with one answer which will fit everything. So, if it's medical data, then what kind of medical data that we are looking at? Is it occurring in a large extent, or it is a very rare thing? Okay. So, we will need to have an understanding of that, and the team has to be together. Ideally, it will have to be no single statistician can give you an answer, and domain experts have no clue maybe. But together, when they interact and talk, that is how it will work. And on this note, let me make one slightly more longer comment, which is that these days, everybody seems to be interested in, can you develop a code and algorithm and then we can use it everywhere? Whereas there are some things which can work like that, but otherwise the best thing is that you look at the question and you develop a solution specifically for that question. Then we can see where all it can be used.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Myself, Arvind Kumar, and I'm the student of IIT Hyderabad. So, I'm the student of IIT Hyderabad.
Hyderabad,
yeah.
Okay.
So, sir, when you are talking about data-driven policy making, so when we are going to talking about data-driven policy making, I think we should also talk about the digital divide and digital inequality that is existed in the world. So one of the example that I would like to introduce here that is related to my smart village project, smart village project in Bihar. When I was engaging on the field with local villagers, I was asking them, are you doing online shopping? So some people are telling, I wanted to do it, but there is no internet available here. Some is talking, I don't have a confidence to do it. I am scared about the cheatings or some things. So my question is that when we are going to make frame the policy, how should we bring these type of peoples into the frame of the policy? Because these are the people who is unconnected basically. And second example that I would like to introduce here about the smart city project that I was doing. So one example that I got in the new ISBT area here, there is a Meethapur, where metro depot is building there. So the PMRC started to acquiring 72-acre land there. So almost 72 houses comes under the demolitions there. So these affected people filed the case in Patna High Court. I was reading the petitions. There is one argument there. These peoples are claiming that here 72 houses is going to be demolished. On the other hand, PMRC is claiming that no, only 5 or 10 houses is going to be demolished here. So these peoples are also giving alternative sites that is 1.3 kilometer away from that sites. So their argument is basically based on yard is building there instead of here. So these are the also questions related to participations of people in the policy framing. So how to bring these type of peoples in our policy frames, however it is unconnected?
So these issues will remain. Again, first of all, one has to have a coherent policy which will work without these issues being there. Okay, these issues are there, no doubt. Okay, and then once that policy is clear, a wider social groups or social decision makers have to look at how do you address these divides. Because if we start here, then you don't even have a policy. Why are you worried about the divide? Anyway, na to idhar hai, na to udhar hai. So, I mean, one has to first make it aware. Right now, it is a scenario that I will not name, but people who government data also you have to buy from someone else because it is not easy to access. Now, if somebody says anyway, even if it becomes accessible, it will be only accessible to haves, and not haves will anyway not have it. So, at least make it available to haves, and then work about how can you make it available to everybody. Okay. So that is how I will take it. I'm not ignoring what you are saying, but one has to first move forward is how those issues exist, and they will need to be, I mean, legal, judicial, all these challenges are there, no doubt about that.
I have a question. I think your example was very interesting on Professor Mahalanobis and because he came from physics into his field, and you pointed out quite correctly that the timing of the data availability, in a way, he had to kind of theorize.
Yeah.
And his instincts, therefore, were very particular about the way in which to do research and think about. So questions of sampling, which have sort of obsessed a lot of researchers across disciplines, in a way was bookended by his observations and the way we proceeded. So my question is, what kind of, we are in a generational shift where people are being overwhelmed by data, some of which they have no theoretical means of processing and no perhaps primary data instinct about analyzing the mental models within their own heads about how they view this data. What would you suggest to a new generation of researchers? I'm already on the other side, but to kind of hone their instincts about what those mental models might look like and engage with real world data before they see the tidal wave of what they think of as that 5 terabytes or and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, so thanks for these questions, because these are very important, and the younger generation is getting carried away by just large chunk of data being there, because they are worried about how will we handle that data. But my advice is that first put it on a thing which are easy to do. So since you can't handle 5 terabytes, doesn't mean you cannot do anything. At least let you wait for somebody else to develop tools that will let you handle 5 terabytes. But what if you had 5 MB or 5 GB, how would you have done? So that is how one should start. First focus on things which is doable, otherwise, but what new stuff you can, what statistical tool you may be able to use, or what thought you may have to be, you can give. Couple of times I was involved in, I was asked to come and speak in things, the FICCI or what is the association of IT industry, I'm forgetting the NASSCOM. So their thing about analytics. And so I was very happy, and I had prepared a speech, and I went there, and sitting in the audience I realized that what by analytics they basically meant, how do you go from 5 GB to a terabyte? What your tools today can handle 5 gigabyte, how do you handle 1 terabyte? That is all they were talking about. None of them were thinking about other stuff that I wanted to focus on, and I was quite disappointed, but it is extremely important that, so I go back to what I said, that you have to go back to the, not to the statistical tools which have been developed over centuries, but the statistical thought which is there behind these models. That is the data even relevant for what you are trying to do? And if so, how important is it? And what is the impact of a negative, wrong decision? All these are issues They have to be trained to focus and assess before they just blindly plunge into using data science for decision making. I may not be sufficient, but reasonably at least I could cover your questions.
Good morning, sir. Actually presently I'm working with COVID-19 data set and provided by Indian Council of Medical Research. We were handling all the whole India data, that is vaccine data. And what we have seen, there are lots of null values and incorrectly filling up values are there actually. And in the region of, that is mostly in the region of Bihar as well as UP and this side where what we have got. Because I stay in Sikkim and my college is in Sikkim only. And when we are dealing with northeast data, that kind of error and that kind of null values are very minor, limited. But when we are dealing with Bihar, UP, and some other state, that is Maharashtra, there are some places, there are very null values are there. So if you can talk about that, is it kind of whether they are not resourceful, the primary healthcare center in these states, or what is the reason behind it? Because they have not filled up the data. There are so many not filled attributes are there actually. If you can talk about it.
Difficult to say, but perhaps one could choose a few of those locations and a team goes and tries to find out what happened. Because
these are all historical data that is already had happened.
Historical data, yes, I understand, but it is collected at some medical, some primary health care center, right? The center exists, the people may have changed, but nothing like sending somebody to actually go and figure out what could have happened. Not what happened, that we may not find out, but what could have happened.
Yes, that is the actually.
Yeah. So basically, like putting this in, maybe clarifying, I think if we have unclean data, and which is what most of the researchers who are doing research in using the data. So many times, what do we do in such a situation? Like when we know that the quality of data that we are looking at might be not. Suspect. Yeah, so where we cannot use the traditional statistical tools.
And so there are some of the primary health care centers are there. They do not have even the computers in their PHC. That is also is there. So it is a kind of, yes, we are talking about data security, data compression, data analytics, data science, but there are lots of places they won't be able to fill up, and there are some training required to.
These issues are there, I agree. Yes. But very difficult to again give one solution which will work. But the first thing is that somewhere going to the primary health centers, not all, that may not be possible, but where there are suspects, where we pick a few randomly and a team goes and tries to find out what could have happened. It might help.
And along with it, there are not only the record, the death report is also very mishandled in those.
So there is another issue that let me mention here, because the thing is, how do you define a term? Okay, so in this case, let's say death due to COVID. Now, nobody knows exactly why there is a death which happened. Let's say somebody had earlier tested positive and then became clear, and 3 weeks later there is a death. Now, is it death due to COVID or not? Now, doctors themselves can fight about it with each other. Some doctors will say certainly if it happened within 3 weeks, it is related to that only. But technically it is not, so the local center will not record it as death due to. Now, this is the issue which is being handled a lot and hammered a lot and globally, and people are attacking that Indian data is all corrupted data and all government monitored data because the death rates are so low. But the problem in question is that, how do you define a death? Now, if instead of the English word something else is written, that anybody who had tested positive for COVID in last 2 months, how many died, then people will record correctly. But if you give a definition like this, then each person, it is up to him or her or the doctor, उनको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो doctor से पूछेंगे. So the definitional issues are another big thing. So as I mentioned about the code numbers, likewise is the question of definition.
Somebody who had COVID 2 months ago died in car accidents.
So died in car accident, then so all these have to be written. See, the problem is that multivariable data, you want to focus into a single variable data, right? That is where the issue is. But
thank you, sir.
Hi, Ritik Banerjee here. I had a slightly more provocative question, and
sure.
I want you to answer this not as an academic, but as a chair of the National Statistical Commission.
Then I may have to say no to that, but let me hear.
So, when a panel sort of begins to agree, it becomes a very boring panel, so I'm just adding a little bit of spice to it.
This was a lighter
there is this view that there are lots of data that is not being collected and released by the government. NSS employment round data has not been released for the last 6-7 years. The census is not being released. Even the informal sector, Ayush data is not being released as well. So the last round where that data was released was 2015, 2016. So there is this overarching view among academics that the kind of administrative data that we used to regularly release is not being released by the government. So what's your suggestion as the chair of the National Statistical Commission to the government about the release of the data? Because the premise of this workshop is that more data is good, right? Well, unfortunately, we are not seeing that from the government, A. And there's a second follow-up question. And that follow-up question is, this question is from a slight vantage point that, we've talked about the role of PC Mohalanovish in creating the statistical architecture and the data collection system in the country and so on. So there is a sense among some that that architecture is not being strengthened, and if anything, it is being weakened. So what's your view about that?
All right, so about the first one. Firstly, the census is not under preview of neither the Commission nor the Ministry of Statistics. That's an independent thing. And it is not that it has not been, data is there, but they have not released it. They have not conducted the census that, as per they were to do because of COVID, and they have not started. Even though COVID is over, nobody is talking about it. So I don't know how to answer your question about that, number one. Number two, as far as I know, only one set of data was there where the report, everything was there and report was there, and the thing was not released. I'm now forgetting what was that, but then the then chairman of the commission had resigned, and it became media and whatnot. So there were question marks, but that is the only case where data is there and it has been kept back. Now, I don't even have in my memory what data is being there and going to be released, etc., etc. But now that I can tell you for sure that there is no data which is being collected but not being released other than that one example. Okay. Now, as to...
I didn't want to make a distinction between the two. The fact that we are not collecting the data itself, what's your view on that?
Okay. Now, collecting the data or not collecting the data is a decision to be made by the ministry. Okay. Number one. Number two, a whole lot of demands are being made about data. Okay. Now, my view, and I have mentioned it there also, and that firstly, the end user should take the ownership of the data. So it has happened that, let's say, some ministry had written a letter. The secretary has signed a letter to this Ministry of Statistics that we would like you to do the following thing. And I had 20 questions are given. Okay? And then these people go, some years ago, they go hammer this, that. They've now generated a report, and now before release it is being discussed in intra-ministerial meeting or whatever, in whatever IAS group or whatever group. And apparently the then cabinet secretary says, but what is all this? What is the relevance? Why? So Ministry of Statistics says, no, unki ministry ne pucha tha. That ministry person says, oh, we don't know. He said, no, letter came from your office. He said, yeah, but somebody presented it. Oh, as usual, bureaucracy may just sign off and send it. So no ownership of that. So my first suggestion is that we have to reduce the load of it is clear that if you have the same people who are going to do the surveys, and the more tasks you add beyond the threshold, and if they are under pressure to do it, the thing will go down, quality will go down, number one. So you should only take up surveys which are very important, and the end user has to take ownership. That is my primary suggestion. Many other questions are there in what you are thinking. The last thing you said, let me answer. Second question. No, second question. Sorry. What was your second question?
Second question was about the architecture that Mahalanobis helped create. And are we strengthening it, or are we weakening that architecture?
No question of weakening that architecture, but at the same time, in fact, Mahalanobis himself passed away more than 50 years ago. So clinging on to it is also a problem, which is there with the existing systems. Okay? That you suggest any change, they believe that ja hocche besh hocche. Whatever we are doing is best, no change is needed. And I am fighting with that. So it is great as a starting point, and with changing times we have to adapt and do it. So I don't think there is any question of weakening what Mahalanobis like to do, but it needs a strengthening a lot more than what there is a resistance of anything which is touched with Mahalanobis. That is my answer.
Sir.
Thank you, Professor Karandikar. Your speech and many answers to the questions given so much insight to us. I'm a senior police officer working in Bihar now. Two issues, or rather proposals, I'll put before you, because you being at the chairperson of the commission level at the Government of India highest level. One, I feel in the discussion in the room is that how data is collected, how even the questions are framed, yes, how even the mechanics, the model, the matrix is created is not very clear. Somebody puts garbage in, questionnaire, and the garbage out, the solution will come out. So will you suggest that each state government should have a cadre of senior statistical officers in each of the department, and whatever grant is given, that is tied to the statistical officer vetting what kind of questions, where the money should be given, how the money should be distributed. There are so many things. Each department generates so much of questionnaire from the field. अच्छा किसके पास में क्या है नहीं है, अच्छा इसको ये fund दे दो. So what I am saying is, sir, would you suggest, because the money is to be utilized by the government, cadre of the senior statistical officer in each of the department, each of the programs, and each of the things. That is one suggestion or the proposal I would like to put. Second, being police officers, sir, data is there increasing. So the data crime is increasing, the digital crime or the cyber crime is increasing. The 1930 National Cyber Helpline is also working in Bihar as well in other states. We are seeing a rapid growth of cyber crime. I foresee that is Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center under the MHA is looking after this data, but we are yet to get any analytics on that. What kind of people are being defrauded, what time of the day they are being defrauded, what is the awareness level on them, what is the education level of them, and how to go on the preventive side of it. Although the crime is increasing, we are able to detect that, but preventive side can only happen when we get this data analytics. I would request you, sir, from the statistical point of view, would you get in touch with the MHA and say, give me the data, I will analyze what are the preventive aspects and where police can work. That would be my request, sir. And also, other than the cyber crime, the crime related to women and the children. These things are increasing, but we are not able to get. police data being very sensitive data, we don't want to give this data to private sector.
Absolutely.
So, but the government is, I mean, still we are that police hai, crime hua, FIR karo, pakdo. But what is the preventive? There lot much of thought is going on predictive policing now. How can you predict a crime will happen there 2 days later? So those concepts are still there in the air, but in Bihar or at, I know at the national level also, not much thought has been given to the data aspects of the policing and the preventive policing. So these two requests to you, sir.
So
Thank you.
Second one, let me answer first, which is you do write to me and I will use that to try to write. Whether it will help, we will see. But I will definitely, because I agree with you, so we'll make an effort and let's see what happens. They may simply ignore. But I can try to use, use a department secretary, he may have a friend in that ministry, so we'll try that way. As to your first question, I think the answer is not just getting a statistical officer in every department, because see, the statistical officer for recruitment, their thing is MSc statistics. Now, I somehow feel that having interacted with a wide group of people, that for these tasks, people who are trained to some data aspects in some social science are far more relevant than anybody who has just been pure. Because statistics training, उनको theorem आता है, उनको formula आता है, limit n going to infinity आता है, but actually using it in anything, they, as a group. I also belong to that group, and till a certain point that I had not given a thought, I have also belonged to that group. So just hiding statistics, in fact, coming back to forming a questionnaire, so the statistics people are not taught these things. They don't understand. The way it seems happens is that I ask a question, क्या हुआ? क्या मतलब? So क्या मतलब? If I repeat the same जो हमें दिया हुआ है, the same phrase I repeat, it is of no use, because something the way it has been framed, you have not understood. Whereas, if the same thing is put in an alternate way, इसका मतलब है करके कुछ अलग तरह से उसको समझाया, बताया जाए, same thing, तो समझने के चांस ज़्यादा है. This is where the people who have been trained in social science in these aspects may be more relevant. So I don't know.
What I was referring was not exactly the statistical officer, but a cadre or a specialized department to handle this kind of question. Because the kind of question you will ask, the answer you will get.
That, yes, perhaps.
So that is what I was saying,
perhaps
sir.
That, yeah.
Will you tie up with the Niti Aayog and say that your government grant is tied up to this? Because ultimately it is a public money, right? Yeah. But if it is devolved to the right person with the right kind of questions, with right kind of framework, was my concern.
So you can also reach out to us for that.
Okay. So homemade solution is always better, huh? That way.
We'll try. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. One of the question related to your speech, I'm just asking about the collection of data, quality of the data, and sharing of data. You have already discussed in your talk. Recently, Google is using the data from the various location device with the help of mobile and GIS. But whenever there is no any policy of government on the Google and the GIS, whenever government purchasing the data from the Google, they are charging a lot of money from the government departments. But they are collecting data from the public. इंडियन पब्लिक के मोबाइल जीआईएस के माध्यम से हमारा लोकेशन होता है, लेकिन जैसे ही गवर्नमेंट उसको खरीदने आती है, दे आर चार्जिंग लार्ज अमाउंट्स. तो एज ए चेयरपर्सन ऑफ एनएससी, हैज एनी गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी टू कंट्रोल ऑन दिस वन? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज की शेयरिंग ऑफ डाटा. लॉट ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट डूइंग द सेम वर्क लाइक एनएसएस एंड द सेंसस, लेबर ब्यूरो, ऑल आर कलेक्टिंग द डाटा रिलेटेड टू सेम इशू, बट देयर इज नो स्ट्रॉन्ग कोऑर्डिनेशन अमंग दिस government department. So it is very difficult to share the data, and the duplicacy of work is also going in the Indian country, and the burden of the cost is already higher. Another is the lot of statisticians available in the country, but data is collected with the help of a social science background, and they are not control on the non-sampling errors. So how can we avoid the non-sampling error? There is no any significance to give the exposure factor of that kind of non-sampling error, so that we can remove this non-sampling error the next round of the survey. So this is the major issue. So how can we control overcome this the three major issues?
firstly, to your first question, it's not really a statistics question, but more a legal issue that Google is collecting the data from public by choice. Each one, while using your mobile, you tick your thing that you allow it. Okay. Now, is Google property. Now, whether they charge, how much they charge, depends on how market forces. So, very difficult to take a legal position on that. Secondly, remember that in a sense, what WhatsApp is doing is violating Indian law, not Google, but WhatsApp, what it does, namely person-to-person encryption. Okay, each one of us knows because it is explained to us in WhatsApp. That is against Indian law. Okay, Indian law going back, and now I don't know with new change of law, uska kya hua hai, but the telecommunication earlier Telephone Act 1876 ka kuch tha, where any kind of communication under in encrypted form was debarred. But now government banks have to do it because they are doing all that. So the law ek taraf hai, uska implementation dusri taraf hai, and when it came to WhatsApp, in fact, in a encryption related meeting, I had a talk. We were having a discussion. The number 2 in the relevant to this whole issue in the government center, he was present there. So I said that a similar issue with Blueberry, you had gone very strongly against them and had threatened that you will close down. And but before that, Blueberry itself collapsed, and therefore this never happened. But there was this talk about closing down Blueberry because they are using encryption, which is against the Indian Act. I said, how are you even allowing it for WhatsApp? Why are you not doing anything about it? So he said, look, the penetration level is so high that WhatsApp can, if we try to close down WhatsApp, riot ho jayega India mein. So when it reaches that level, it is not possible. So all these issues are very complex issues. So money is one part, but this WhatsApp thing is very serious, and intelligence agencies are worked up about it but are unable to do anything. Other issues difficult to answer.
मेरा नाम समी अहमद है और मैं फ्रीलांस जर्नलिस्ट हूँ. मैंने कुछ डेटा जर्नलिज्म वगैरह के बारे में हाल में सुना, क्योंकि ये पुरानी बात नहीं थी. तो आप डेटा जर्नलिज्म के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं और इसका क्या भविष्य देखते हैं? एक बात. दूसरी बात ये है कि जैसे इलेक्शन के वक्त भी बहुत सारा डेटा आता है. कोई कहता है कि इनको तो 18% सीट आया है और दूसरी पार्टी कहती है कि हम तो 100% ज़्यादा सीट लेके आए हैं. तो बतौर जर्नलिस्ट इसको कैसे देखना चाहिए, आप क्या सलाह देंगे? शुक्रिया.
So I think डेटा जर्नलिस्ट बोलना थोड़ा अतिशयोक्ति होगी, क्योंकि they should first be journalists and then also come into data. If वो शुरू से ही बोलेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे बाकी हमको नहीं पता, हम तो डेटा जर्नलिस्ट हैं. So that I think is a non-starter, my view. Okay, हो सकता है may be proven wrong later, but आज की दुनिया में तो because first you have to be journalist first, then you can focus also on these matters, and you may be able to do better than your regular journalist by being focused also on these matters. Now, for your last question about how do you judge, very difficult, because this is again a claim by A, claim by B. How do you? So that is where a journalist will suppose नहीं data छोड़ के ऐसे ही किसी ने claim कर दिया, तो you have a way of how what you will ignore and what you will follow. वही यहाँ पे करना पड़ेगा.
One question.
Sir, I am asking this question because you are well known statistician and all. Sir, तो first of all my question is that sir, हम data collect कर लिए, ठीक है, हम उसको मतलब data को वो scrutiny भी कर लेंगे, सब कुछ क्या error है क्या है, सब मतलब valid data है, हम उसको ले लेंगे, ठीक है. But जो हमारा हम सर जो भी statistical technique लगाएंगे, जितना भी advancement कर लें, चाहे हम प्रोपेंसिटी स्कोर मैचिंग लगा लें, साइमल्टेनियस इन्वेस्टिगेशन मॉडलिंग लगा लें, कुछ भी लगा लें सर, उसमें बेसिक जो होता है वो रिग्रेशन, जैसे सर आपने बताया, वो सबका जो बेस है वो प्रोबिट लगाइए और लॉजिक लगाइए, कोई भी मॉडल लगाइए, बेसिक आपका रिग्रेशन ही रहेगा. तो सर रिग्रेशन में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो है वो सिग्निफिकेंट है, सिग्निफिकेंस, लेवल ऑफ सिग्निफिकेंस बोल लीजिए या पी वैल्यू बोल लीजिए. और सब बोलते हैं कि सर आप पी वैल्यू और सिग्निफिकेंस लेवल कितना पे सिग्निफिकेंट है, नहीं है, क्या है, उस पर आप फोकस करिए. और सर ये बहुत ही मतलब मैंने खुद भी डेटा पे एनालिसिस करके और उसका साइज रिड्यूस करके एंड इंक्रीज करके मैंने टेस्ट किया है. तो सर जो पी वैल्यू है वो ना डेटा के वॉल्यूम पे डिपेंड करता है। अगर डेटा का वॉल्यूम हाई है सर तो उसका चांसेस रहेगा कि वो सिग्निफिकेंट आएगा, 99% पे आ जाएगा, 95% पे आ जाएगा। अगर सर डेटा का साइज 400-500 है और उसी सेम डेटा सर सेम वेरिएबल बट वो अगर 7 लाख है 10 लाख है,
ये हमें थोड़ा और डिटेल में अलग से डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा। ये ऐसे क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में आंसरिंग का सवाल नहीं, हम यहीं पे करेंगे। आई एम नॉट रिफ्यूजिंग टू आंसर, लंच टाइम पे या अलग से बात कर सकते हैं, ठीक है।
सर सेकंड थिंग ये है कि मान लीजिए कि बहुत सारा डेटा कलेक्शन जो भी होता है सर, बिकॉज ऑफ यू आर मेंबर ऑफ NSE सर, जो मतलब जो भी डेटा कलेक्शन हो रहा है, तो जैसे NFHS का डेटा मैंने बहुत डीपली देखा है सर। तो उसमें क्या है कि जो डेटा जो एजेंसी जो IAPS का रहा था सर, मैंने वहाँ से PhD किया है, तो जो IAPS का रहा था तो प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को देता है, बहुत सारे लोकल प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को देता है। तो सर बहुत क्लोजली देखा है कि हमने कि जो एजेंसी हैं वो कितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कवर कर रही हैं एरिया, उनको जो मनी है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। और उसके बाद जो डेटा आया है सर उसमें मतलब देखें कि बहुत ह्यूज मतलब इरर्स हैं, ह्यूज इरर मिलता है। अगर उनको सर कोई गवर्नमेंट और ऑथोराइज पर्सन को दिया जाए जो इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ले इरर का।
ये सब तो आप कह रहे हैं सही है, पर क्या कर सकते हैं उसके लिए हमने? वो तो जो डिसीजन मेकर से दे हैव टू डू ना। ये डिफिकल्टीज तो सब जगह रहेंगी, मैं क्या इसको जवाब मैं देने के लिए कुछ नहीं है मेरे पास।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Sir, I have a question. This is related to sparse matrix. I have worked in Sikkim. When we look at population data of, say, North Sikkim versus something like East Sikkim, where Gangtok is, which is the capital, the North Sikkim, most of it is mountainous. The villages are very small, almost like hamlets of 30-odd families or so. The analysis that we get from these sparse matrix versus those that we get from those dense matrix, can they be comparable? One. Two, in Sikkim, we have areas like Jhongri, which are absolutely closed populations. There is no one going in, there is no one going out. And again, we have populations like the capitals, district capitals like Namche and Gangtok, where there is a lot of floating population. Again, are the data comparable? And if we have to compare, how do we go about it?
So again the question, this is comparability or not. So in general, my answer is they are not comparable. But it depends on what question we are looking to answer. Is it related to migration and not migration, or being closed or not? And what to do will again depend on the context. It is very difficult to give one answer.
This is actually related again to COVID testing data. You see, the testing data that was being collected by ICMR was Aadhaar linked. So we both have been working on this kind of data because the ICMR let us access it from the Northeast. And to say that in a sparse population, the COVID was almost not there is not really realistic. There are many issues because we recently put up a paper related to this in the Lancet South Asia. They accepted it, but there are premises which may not actually be convertible.
Difficult to say. Yeah, but yeah, these are issues which are, I mean, not all questions can be answered by data if you are not having enough data again.
No, data is there. The data is quite authentic because they are linked. But the issue is sparse matrix may not compare with dense matrix.
Yeah, they may not compare. Yes.
We can take maybe one more question.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Ravi Singh, and I don't have any questions. I just need your suggestions.
So maybe we can discuss that after.
No, just simple suggestion I just need. Which data-driven technique I used for better decision?
No single answer. It has to be no single answer.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for that enlightening lecture and this kind of array of questions from the subject matter to the problem where solution may be indicating towards something where I want to have my question is, isn't it the question from Ritik, the question from Dr. Smita, the question from Dr. Maushami, all are indicating towards having a policy regarding data generation, data maintenance, transparency, and dissemination. Because what happens, all the national survey names that we have taken, whether NSSO, NFHS, whether it is related to other national surveys, I am also talking about the National Mental Health Survey, etc. There is no linkage established. If we already have a data like National Family Health Survey, and if we have some nested way of relating one data to another, many questions that these young gentlemen were asking, those will be answered. Yeah. So can we have a standard operating procedure at least for the national surveys, so that ultimately all the model misspecification bias and all other things that you are mentioning can be avoided at least at the India level? Thank you, sir.
So, to answer to you, my answer is that actually those of you, if you can write down a page or two of what you would like, you send me, I will try to incorporate it, and because this, see, that's what I meant by saying data sets not talking to each other, and that needs to be addressed. Because data is there, but we cannot, if we cannot merge them together, then we cannot use them for decision making. And the decision making could be decision making for a policy, or it could be for research, it could be for understanding. But yes, so I suggest that several of you, if you can, we can do it today also, but even more time later, we are bhejenge mujhe. So this is something which I intend to take it up. So, in fact, last week was Mahalnovis birth anniversary thing, and we celebrated Statistics Day. And this was the point I talked about, and I'm going to take it up in our next commission meeting and send it to the government. So let's all.
Okay, sir, we'll get back.
Okay, sir. I am looking for some practical solutions, sir. There is a good number of civil societies. I am also attached to one. And what we do for our decision making, for making the annual programs or the small projects and other things, we rely on the data, which is secondary data from the government or the other agencies. Normally, these are 2-3 year old data. And when we decide, and by the time we implement our program, and there is a gap, and the target, the scenario, the place, and everything. So the effectiveness of the program goes down. So I am associated with the Human Rights Association here, and when we look at this, and when we get the data from very authentic source, like the police department or the home department or the government department, those departments, very realistic data, but because there is a time gap. So what happens? So how the commission, the National Statistical Commission, or likewise can help us in making us, when you will be implementing in that time type, what will be the scenario and how that can be implemented with more effectiveness. That is the thing we wanted to, some suggestions should come from you.
Very difficult, very difficult. But abhi jo baat kar rahe the, implement that and have a general policy, that might help. Actually, to tell you that the National Commission दिखने में बड़ा word लगता है, and okay, but actually it's only an advisory committee. Okay, so not the current secretary, but an earlier secretary of Ministry of Statistics, who was also a statistician, had even said that you give your recommendations, then we will see उसमें से क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या नहीं कर सकते. So with that said, it doesn't have any authority per se to implement any changes suggested. Okay? It's not as a complaint, as a reality check, I'm telling you.
Well, we have to close the session. Thank you so much, Professor Karandikar, for such a stimulating talk. I mean, the question-answer session is a testimony to how stimulating it was. Just one thing, I was glad that you mentioned Abraham Wald. Abraham Wald actually has a very important contribution to general equilibrium analysis. And I'm sure Abraham, unfortunately, he died very young, as you must know. He died in India.
Yes, I know.
In an accident,
in air crash
in Nilgiri Hills. So I'm sure Mahalanobis must have invited him over at that time. Nehru invited him.
Nehru invited him, but I'm sure advised by Mahalanobis.
Yeah.
It's an invitation from Nehru that he had come for.
So he was early on in 1930. He presented a paper at Karl Menger's circle, and later on von Neumann, etc., took on that one. But von Neumann does not mention it, does not cite him, though he was there. So, but anyway, I was glad that you mentioned him because he does deserve a lot of mentions. Thank you.
And also come up in front.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, please, people, please come in front. Sudhanshu ji, aa jaiye aage. But you are this. But you can see it from here. It will be better if she's.
My eyesight is such that it's probably better.
Okay.
Do I need to introduce her?
Yeah, it would be great. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, good afternoon. So I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Ritwik Banerjee from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Before I do so, maybe I'll introduce myself. I'm Sunita Krishnan, and I am currently working at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where I lead a strategy and measurement, learning and evaluation teams for the foundation. I'm trained as a medical anthropologist and a social epidemiologist, so I do come from the social science sort of domain, although I am no longer a practicing researcher. I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Banerjee, who is currently Associate Professor of Economics at IIM, and I think Ritwik, his work is super interesting because his work is at the intersection of behavioral and development economics. And I think this kind of interdisciplinary and sort of transdisciplinary work is so critical for helping us advance understandings in development. So it's really a pleasure to invite Ritwik to speak to us about the ways in which one can marry behavioral marrying economic experiments with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what we'll do is have Ritwik make his presentation, and then we'll pause and open it up for questions and discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Ritwik Banerjee. So I'll talk about marrying economic experiments with AI, ML, and analysis of human sentiment. So, you know, this word marrying is very deliberately chosen and imposed here. And and why is that so? Primarily because experiments and AI, ML, they're sort of, as of now or till very recently, they operate in silos, right? They did not talk to each other so much. It's almost like two different caste groups, and you know that intercaste marriages are still not happening as often as probably the liberals would want to. So what I'm going to talk about is marriage of two sets of ideas that is rather recent in the literature. But I did plan to have an activity, and this is a link. So if you have your mobile phone, you can scan this QR code and you will be taken to a website. You can respond. There are two questions. There is a small passage that you need to read, and there are two questions that are associated with the passage. Please respond to those questions if possible. I don't know if it's possible for all of you to do that, but all you need to do is just scan this QR code and respond to the questions that follows a passage. Yeah, so of course this will not be used for research purposes, so informed consent is not relevant, just for demonstration purpose. It's a fun exercise. We don't always like to listen to a speaker, right? So it's a good idea to get involved with some fun exercises. And of course, I will be able to see how many people have logged in. As of now, there are 17 respondents who have logged in. Sure. We can also zoom it so that it's visible from a distance. Just zoom it. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yes. This should work. So please read the passage carefully and respond to the questions, but please do so independently. So we have 27 respondents in progress. That's great. So we have a large number. It's supposed to be an individual exercise, so please so there are two sets of questions. There are 37 responses in progress. That's fantastic. Sorry? Have you submitted your response? My response, I've created this. I know a bit too much about what's going on here.
Do it independently of your own knowledge.
Very hard to do. Easy to say. Many of you have submitted already. And there are 43 responses in progress. That's quite a large number. I didn't expect so many of you to log in, so that's great, fantastic.
You're keeping everyone awake post-lunch too.
Okay, so we have 29 recorded responses and 36 in progress. So please read through the content. And the two sets of question. One set of question is about what you think, and the other set of question is about what you think others think. Please click submit if you have already completed the responses. Great, the response in progress column is going down, so it's now 24. So if you have if you've read through already, please select your responses and click next. Okay, 16 responses in progress, so please click next and complete it if you haven't already. I'll proceed in about 60 seconds. Yeah, zoom out kar dijiye. Please click submit. By the way, there is no right or wrong answer here. Please click next. Great. Okay, so let's continue. So I'll start off with this thing called Pygmalion effect. So what's a Pygmalion effect? So this study was conducted in the US. These kind of studies cannot be conducted anymore for obvious ethical reasons. This was a field experiment that was done in US public elementary school, and teachers were deceived into believing that 20% of the class were expected to develop IQ much faster than the rest, right? So 20%, so teacher was told 20% of the class are smarter. They are just going to develop their IQ faster than the others. The problem is that this 20% was randomly chosen, right? So the teacher was deceived into believing that you, and another person at the back, they are going to perform really well. IQ is going to grow faster, right? At the end of the 8th month, the treatment children meaning these 20%, right? They ended up gaining 12 IQ points, and control children, they ended up gaining 8 IQ points. So what is going on here? Why do you think these treatment children who are randomly chosen, they don't necessarily need to have a greater IQ, why are they performing better? And the reason has got to do with the kind of attention that we give to people. So we are made to believe that these are the chosen ones, right? So we believe that they are going to perform better. We put in more effort, energy. Our communication is directed toward those set of people whom we have been made to believe, unethically, some would argue, that they are the ones who are going to make it to the top, right? What you just saw is this. This is a vignette about, it's a vignette study, it's a vignette about ASER. ASER, of course, many of you know about ASER. It's an organization which conducts standardized tests. You've read through this. After having read through this paragraph, which was common for all of you, some of you saw Avadish Mishra and some others saw Ramdeo Majhi. Right? So you have been randomized into a treatment and a control condition where everything else is the same. Only thing that changed was some of you saw Avadesh Mishra as a student who comes from a Brahmin community. Some of you saw Ramadeo Majhi who comes from the Mahadalit community. Right? And then I asked you to report your assessment about how these students would do in Hindi, English, and mathematics, right? So this is a randomized behavioral experiment that we conducted right here, and turns out yesterday I conducted this experiment with MBA students in my class. I teach a course in behavioral economics, and these are the results. So you see, when it comes to Avadesh Mishra, the mean response is 81.72. Students are saying their average score will be 81.72. Ramdeo Majhi, 71.18. Everything else remains the same. Only thing that changes is the name and the community. English, 76.19, 58.22. Mathematics, 84.08 for Avadesh, and 70.22 for Ramdeo, right? Turns out that the data we collected here is much more informed with respect to what you're seeing, with respect to these beliefs. So for example, Hindi, the mean score is 70 for Avadesh and 72 for Ramdeo. English, the mean score is 64 for Avadesh and 59 for Ramdeo. Mathematics, 79 for Avadesh and 74 for Ramdeo. these differences exist even in this audience, but these differences are much sharper in the MBA cohort. They're pretty much clueless about, much more clueless than what we are seeing here. Now here is an even more interesting part. Here I told you, look around the room, right? Try to guess what the most frequently reported score is. Right. It's probably not visible, but can we zoom a bit? Yeah, not this one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so it's still not visible. It's fine. I'll explain what is going on. So, नहीं ठीक है आप minimize कर दीजिए, zoom out कर दीजिए. Yeah. Yeah. So here we are getting information on not the first order belief, but your belief about what most other people in the society think, right? And what you're seeing here is that this mean here for English, for Hindi is 81, and I think the mean here is 57, which means that the difference, the first order difference in belief about what you think is the difference in score is narrower than the second order belief. In other words, we make a mistake, yes, but we have a misperception about what others think as well, and against the Mahadalit community, against Ramdeo Majhi. So why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because this is directly connected to Pygmalion effect. If we as teachers, we end up believing that a student from a certain community wouldn't do as well as a student from another community, this is going to result in exactly the kind of Pygmalion effects that you were seeing there. Right? So what we did was we conducted an experiment. And we conducted an experiment to show some human behavior that is going to, that will have real consequences. Yes? I mean, I'm not saying that I believe it, but I'm showing you evidence of such an effect existing in the literature, and that's called Pygmalion effect. Absolutely, but what we did was we kept everything constant, right? Not everything, you can still form beliefs about all kinds of other things, but to the extent possible, we kept a whole range of things constant. So even that is not enough to, but I completely agree. This could be belief driven. Maybe I form beliefs about Ramdeo that the nutritional quality at home is not that great, right? So I can form all these beliefs for sure. I'm not saying this is prejudice, but all I'm saying is if the starting point about a teacher's belief about students from different community are different, that will end up having implications in terms of the learning levels of these students, right?
But even
yes.
It's a policy level also, do you not think that? Like, because, government itself is a reservation policy.
Of course.
For some caste community, there is a policy to uplift them.
Right. So can I come back to reservation? Because I have interesting things to say about reservation.
It's a bias.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of bias, but all I'm saying is that this bias can have implications in terms of the learning outcomes of different communities.
Ritik, before we proceed, I think that this is based on the sampling and the responses from the sample. So the small clarification that would help us in understanding things is that you have chosen 27 people from here, and this 27 has been assigned different scenario, and based on the scenario, the person is responding. So my response in two scenarios might be same, but I am being treated as if my response is not same. It is different if a person A is being responded.
These are all average.
This is a statistical thing that I am asking. So when I decide a particular sample and give a part of the questionnaire to the sample.
Right.
And the part of the sample to the part of the question to the different sample, and then club them together. So statisticians are sitting here, so we would like to have responses from them, sir. But as a student, what I understand is that this in itself, to start with, starts with a bias.
Starts with the bias. I'm not sure.
In a sense,
so
yes.
this is a randomized treatment control. So the assumption is that these two groups are identical in terms of all kinds of observables.
Which is not the case. Which is not the case. 27.
No, but that will end up being the case if the randomization is correct. So this is very trivial point, I think.
No,
so
not that trivial. The responses are built on this, and if
okay,
you
so
give
let's talk later. I think we are missing
Not
something
later.
very fundamental here. So
Just
let's
clarify that.
Yes. Yes.
So I can show same kind of, I can design an experiment and replace the name, and you will have a different thing. So.
Okay. So that brings us to this particular paper that Ashmita, I, and a bunch of collaborators we tested, we studied, and this paper has to do with the kind of caste biases that can lead to implications in terms of students' well-being of different kinds. And I'll show you something. Right, so what do we do in this case? We try to identify whether there are caste biases in teachers in schools of Bihar, right? So what we ended up doing was we sampled from the public schools of Bihar, we collected data on mental health and caste bias, and turns out that the data that we collected on caste bias by directly asking questions such as these, caste should be considered while appointing a cook for the midday meal in school. So this is a question that we asked, right? So there are standard templates that you can use to identify discriminatory behavior. These are internationally recognized standard templates. So one of the components of the template is this. What's your response to this? Strongly disagree, disagree, agree, strongly agree. And what you can see here, that hardly any people would say agree and strongly disagree, strongly agree, right? It's not the right thing to say. So it's very unlikely that when you ask direct questions such as this, or direct questions such as this, caste background is a good predictor of the capability to learn. When you ask direct questions such as this, it is unlikely that people are going to say agree or strongly agree to these kind of questions. So what do we do? One way I argue is to conduct these kind of experiments to change one thing at a time and see whether the inferences are different based on these randomized control, between these randomized experiments. But what we ended up doing was slightly different. We were not conducting an experiment, we were conducting a survey, right? So what we ended up doing was, we asked students to write up a simple ASER standardized test, right? And that gave us the actual rank of the student in the class, right? Next, we asked teachers to rank these students according to their own belief and perception. So what we have here is teachers' perceived rating or ranking and the actual ranking of the student based on the exam that they wrote, right? Turns out that there is a huge difference between teachers' perceived rating and the actual rating of, or actual ranking of the students. And we call this evaluation bias. Turns out that this evaluation bias is systematically different depending on what kind, depending on the community background of the students. And this is not entirely visible, but I'll tell you in brief what this is about. This is telling us that when there is a caste mismatch in terms of teachers and students' community identity, then then the evaluation bias increases. Evaluation bias as measured by teachers' perception relative to the student's actual ranking in an objective test that was conducted, right? Now, where does where does AI ML fit here? So these were our treatment conditions, right? Avadesh Mishra and Ramdev Majhi. Suppose we were to elicit qualitative data. What kind of qualitative data do I mean? Suppose you ask respondents to write up something like this. Write 100 words about why you think Avadesh will get the score you predicted in Hindi. Suppose you predicted something and you are told, write 100 words. Why do you think you predicted this score for Avadesh? Right? What you now have is unstructured data. But you do have a treatment. So you can use the treatment effect on an unstructured data, and the way to convert that unstructured data is using some of the AI ML techniques that I'll now talk about. By the way, full disclosure, I'm not at all an expert in AI/ML. I'm not a computer scientist, so the kind of things that I'll show you is probably primitive compared to what cutting-edge computer scientists are doing. But this is what I don't think this is primitive so far as where economics frontier is, but I do think it's primitive so far as where AI frontier is. So with that caveat. Okay, so now we have this unstructured data and we have a treatment condition. Turns out that there was a study where which was jointly done with a bunch of co-authors in Germany and also my colleague at IIM Bangalore. We studied a similar problem in the context of affirmative action policy for gender. Right? In this project, the main effort was to test whether a treatment of affirmative action policy, and we all know about what affirmative action policy is, right? So it's let's think of a quota-based affirmative action policy. So we ran a randomized treatment control where we offered affirmative action policy for women. One position would be reserved for women when this job application link went out. So in the treatment condition at the start of the job application process, an affirmative action policy was announced, and in the control condition, the exact same information is given out at the end of the application process. So the job had application process. It's just that the applicants knew about affirmative action policy at the start in one case. They didn't know about affirmative action policy in another case. Right? And we observed a bunch of outcomes that were measured. Of course, I'm not going to discuss the paper, but I'm only going to highlight our application of some of these advanced techniques. So what's the first application? The first application is this. So in this job application process, the applicants were asked to write up a motivation letter, right? So it's a motivation, let's say it's a 500-word motivation letter that people write out. Now, in this motivation letter, we all write up motivation letters in different ways. We express different emotions in these motivation letters. So for example, this guy here, writes, illicit activities have been imposed on the inhabitants of this region. Now, when you say something like this, it's expressing a certain emotion. Can we use natural language processing techniques to capture what kind of emotion is being expressed in these motivation letters? Let's take the word lack. So this passage has a word called lack, right? By the way, this was conducted in Colombia, so this is Spanish. This is the English translation, has the word lack, which corresponds to falta, right? And this particular sentence has a word called enthusiast, which corresponds to the Spanish word entusiasta. Now, the first guy has used the word lack, and the second guy has used the word enthusiasta. What we then do is we use natural language processing to locate these words in a valence, arousal, dominance framework. So what is valence? Valence is the pleasantness of a word. How pleasant is the word, right? For example, content, happy, these are all high valence words. Sad, nervous, low valence words. Arousal measures the intensity of emotion. For example, stressed out, excited, these are all high arousal words. Tired, calm, these are all low arousal words, right? Dominance, this is the degree of control. To what extent does my language exhibit a sense of control? Leader, mighty, exhibits a lot of control. But follow, soft, this doesn't, right? So what we do is we locate these words using this library. Can you remove? Yeah, thanks. We locate these words in the arousal valence panel. That's a two-dimensional panel, and you can also locate words in a three-dimensional panel. So what we are doing is we are using the library to assign this sentiment score to each word that is present in the motivation letter. Now notice what we have done is we have converted this unstructured data to a structured data now, right? Using natural language processing. And we can answer this question: how does sentiment in the motivation letter vary with affirmative action policy? So the huge literature on affirmative action policy has been measuring structured outcome variables, such as job application rate, such as amount of effort that you want to put in. But what we are doing is we can actually use unstructured data, natural language processing to get the kind of sentiment that are being expressed, and then run this treatment effect not on the structured variable but on this unstructured converted variable. So what you're seeing here is when you impose affirmative action policy, women, they express positive valence words, they express positive dominance words, they express positive arousal words. So all these emotion, they express higher emotion, in other words, in the affirmative action policy treatment. So your treatment effect is measuring these kind of things like sentiments, which are hard to measure using standard data. We then ask a second question. The second question is, well, fine, women answer, women express more sentiment, right? But what we are after, what are we really after? We want women to get jobs, right? Which means we want the quality of the application to be affected by affirmative action policy. So, can we answer the following question? How does the quality of the motivation letter change in the affirmative action policies? Policy treatment, I mean, right? So there were about 800 applications. So there were about 800 motivation letters, and we wanted to measure the quality of the motivation letters in terms of these 5 metrics. The first one is, the candidate is ideal for job, agree, disagree. Second one, the candidate is highly motivated about the job. The third one is, candidate spent time to write the motivation letter. Fourth, the candidate has the necessary experience for the job. And finally, the candidate will contribute positively to the work group. These are the 5 metrics on the basis of which we wanted to measure the quality of this motivation letter. So what is your guess? How do you think we should, how do you think we will get these ratings? Well, of course, if we get a bunch of people to read this motivation letter and ask them to score the motivation letter on these 5 metrics, you have what you need. And that's exactly what we did. We got them rated by humans. But in the world that we live in, besides humans, there are also machines, right? So we also got this rated by GPT-4. This is called a prompt. So you can write up a Python script and embed a suitable prompt for GPT-4 and then tell GPT-4 that you need to evaluate these statements based on these 5 characteristics. And these 5 characteristics, mind you, are exactly the same characteristics which the humans were told. Right? So we now have these 5 characteristics, and then we tell them, first give us the ratings, blah, blah, blah. The motivation letters are, and then you loop in all these motivation letters through GPT-4. So what will GPT-4 give us? GPT-4 will also give us 5 numbers, just like our human arrays. So we now have a machine-generated rating of motivation letter, and we also have human-generated ratings. So you have human intelligence on the y-axis and artificial intelligence on the x-axis, and that's what it looks like. So it's not a one-to-one mapping, of course, but you see that the linear fit is positive, which means that so we're not terribly off, which means that if artificial intelligence says something is very good, then humans are more likely to say that it's good. But of course, it's a statistical exercise. Right? Now, this is very convenient, because think of all the statement of motivation that gets written for PhD application, for job application. You can evaluate them using a machine in very large numbers. If they are in very large numbers, you can evaluate them using a machine and restrict your individual or human intervention to, let's say, the top 20%. Right? So now we have human-rated motivation letters, machine-rated motivation letters. We can now do the standard analysis, find out the treatment effect on the quality. And you will see here, I won't get into it, but directionally, the treatment effect on the human assessment score and treatment effect on the GPT-4 assessment score, they are roughly, directionally consistent, though there are major differences, but they're directionally consistent, which is to say that the sign of the coefficient is negative. Great, so key takeaways. What are the key takeaways? Experiments are very useful. Experiments are very useful, and I'm not talking just about RCTs. I'm talking about behavioral experiments, which can be very insightful in figuring out what is going on. Experiments often uncover things which a straightforward survey cannot. So all the policymakers here and those who are in the process of designing questionnaires, collecting data, etc., feel free to embed survey experiments within large administrative surveys. So suppose you're conducting a large administrative survey, embed a survey experiment of the kind that we showed. Show the red questionnaire to 50% of the people and show the blue questionnaire to 50% of the people. And the difference between the red and blue questionnaire will only be one thing. So do the survey that you are doing, but add an experimental component to it, right? And finally, AI, ML, NLP techniques such as the ones I showed you, they have completely revolutionized the way we can use structured data, unstructured data. It doesn't have to be written text. It can also be images. And somebody was telling us during lunch that they were working with images. Yeah? Okay. So she was working with images. And you can do the same thing. You have, let's say, 1,000 images. You can scan those images and get GPT-4 to read emotion of the faces. So am I angry or am I happy? What is making me angry? What is making me happy? The world of this possibility is absolutely limitless. And particularly in social science, because everything is a data now. Everything, we don't need Excel columns anymore. You take a picture, it's a data. You write a text, it's a data. So it's remarkable. And GPT-4, not only GPT-4, but a whole bunch of these LLM models can make life, you don't need to be a coder as well. It make life super simple. Very minimalistic coding experience will allow you to transform unstructured data to structured data, which will give you really novel insights into the problem that you're interested in solving. Great, thanks. Happy to take questions.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ritik. That was, clearly you sparked some, you were a bit provocative, as you were in the morning as well. So I know there's probably lots of questions. I think two things stand out for me. One is the point that you ended your talk with, which is this era is one in which everything is data, right? So the way we, particularly as social scientists or statisticians, used to think about data is very different in terms of what is actually available to us in terms of data to create insights. And I think the second is your talk sort of demonstrates a point that Professor Karandikar made in his address, which is what you also did was described the ways in which you apply behavioral economics, behavioral theories, these theories and concepts and frameworks to make sense of data in a way that actually has an implication for practice, policies, and programs, right? If we think about issues of caste and gender biases and discrimination and so on. And biases and forms of discrimination that are implicit, that aren't necessarily manifest in ways that we can readily count them, right? So these are all biases and processes that are happening beneath the surface. But I think, again, this is where AI and ML can help us, but they can help us only if we have a theory and a hypothesis, which is, I think, what you were also alluding to, Professor Karandikar, which is otherwise we can just drown in data and we can cook up all kinds of things from data. But if we really want to generate meaning and insight, we need these kinds of disciplinary frameworks and theories. So thank you so much. That was super provocative. Let me open it up for questions. Yes, okay, lots of hands. I'm going to start at the back.
Professor, what you explained, I want to know a few things. First, this technique, is it close to the projective technique which was used earlier? In that also people used to, like, I am a member of the work done by Professor Uday Parikh of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and he has done a lot of work on work motivation and role analysis. In that, he used to use the projective technique in which some photographs were shown to different people. They used to write, and then 4 or 5 people used to code them accordingly to them. And so those data will be coded, and then so the profile, work motivation profile of an individual are developed. It is something similar or is it different?
Absolutely similar. In fact, we have human raters as well who end up evaluating the motivation letters. So the point of this is to show that, look, human raters are expensive in terms of you have to hire them, you have to pay them a wage, you have to manage them. It's much more expensive to manage a set of human raters to evaluate these things. The second is the scale at which you can do these things if you adopt AI/ML techniques simply cannot match the old ways of doing things. It took me a friend's help, of course, who is a very good coder, and about 45 minutes to get 800 motivation letters evaluated by GPT-4. That's incredible, insane level of efficiency.
I would also imagine that inter-rater reliability, which is something you'd have to sort of be concerned about if you had multiple human raters. I know in qualitative research, you're always, looking at that when you do coding.
Absolutely.
I assume ChatGPT is consistent in terms of how it does the evaluation.
So, these are early days. So I
don't know.
Just like there is lack of consistency across human raters,
Yeah.
there are lack of consistency across LLMs.
LLMs, right.
Right? So if you use a certain, the Grok, I think, which is what Elon Musk is projecting these days, maybe the ratings will be different. So, but I did have one graph which were showing the average rating of humans and projecting it against the rating of GPT-4. So roughly you do see a positive correlation. That's the best we have at the moment.
Yeah.
But your point is absolutely well taken and very valid. There are consistency issues.
Yeah.
Hello, so I have a clarification question. The linear pattern that you showed regarding human intelligence and the GPT-4, yeah. So regarding the pattern between the human intelligence and the GPT-4 outcomes, are they according to all the 5 questions that were being rated on, or any particular one?
No, that's the average. Average of the 5
ratings
by GPT-4 and average of the 5 ratings
Okay.
by
Okay.
the human raters. There are 6 human raters. Each of them rate each of the questions.
And the average of all the 5 ratings is okay.
Yeah.
So a follow-up question regarding that is that in terms of affirmative actions, it's well known that there are certain human biases that comes into play when you are evaluating subjective things. In particular, even let's not go into the objective things. So doesn't that pattern in some sense suggest that GPT-4 is inheriting those biases as well, and as we move forward in that direction, that might be an issue that will persist?
Oh, absolutely. First order importance. So, what is important for us is to understand the power of experiment here. Are there measurement errors in the output that is being generated by LLMs? Of course there are. There are large noises, measurement errors. You can think of all these biases from humans that creep into LLMs. But what we're interested is not the rating per se, but what we're interested is the treatment difference in the ratings. So you're assuming here that all these observables, that's the point that I was trying to make earlier, that when you do a randomized experiment, you assume it's a way to sort of balance all these unobservables. Whatever noise, whatever bias has crept in for the treatment condition as well as for the control condition. So you can still credibly estimate the treatment effect.
Okay, thank you.
अब मैं सर गंगा सिंह सर जैसे कि मतलब ये है कि जितने भी जनरेटिव एआई टूल हैं, चाहे चैट जीपीटी या जेमिनी या कोई भी ले लीजिए, तो इसमें क्या है कि जैसे कि आपका ही एग्जांपल मैं देना चाहूँगा। आपने जो एग्जांपल दिखाया कि मिश्रा और मांझे का एग्जांपल दिया, तो हम जैसे कि ह्यूमन हैं, तो हम अपने बेस्ट पे, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि मिश्रा है और मांझी है, तो उसके साथ साथ क्या क्या कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, एक मिनट सर, कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स लगा है। जैसे कि मांझी है तो मे भी वो पुअर होगा, मिश्रा है तो जनरली वो ठीक ठाक होगा, इसलिए हम उसके बेसिस पे उसको रेटिंग दिए। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस कंडीशन में अगर हम चैट जीपीटी के ऊपर छोड़ दें या किसी के ऊपर छोड़ दें तो वो फेल होगा? क्योंकि यहाँ पे ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस हम अपने ऑब्जर्वेशन से उसको दिए। फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे फ्लिपकार्ट हो गया, अमेजन हो गया, उन्होंने भी बहुत ज़्यादा रोबोट और एआई का यूज किया था, लेकिन अभी वो सब डिसकंटिन्यू कर दिए। अपने एआई लैब डिसकंटिन्यू किए, बहुत सारे कुछ उन्होंने डिसकंटिन्यू किए। तो आपको लगता है कि इस बेसिस पे ये यहाँ पे वो एआई हम, या क्योंकि हम वो प्रोग्राम बेस्ड है,
राइट,
तो वो फेल होगा यहाँ पे?
हाँ, तो मैं कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मेरा जो नॉलेज है, लिमिटेड नॉलेज है, उसमें मुझे ये पता चला कि ये एलएलएम क्या करता है। ये एलएलएम क्रॉल करता है वेब्स एंड टेक्स्ट्स, और वो क्रॉल करके एक मॉडल बनाता है अपने आप को, कि एक प्रेडिक्टिव मॉडल बनाता है। तो जो टेक्स्ट वो पढ़ेंगे, वो टेक्स्ट का पैटर्न वो मॉडल में आ जाएगा। तो अगर ये सब बायसेस वो टेक्स्ट में है,
sorry, I interrupt you. Actually, it's all about trained data.
That is right.
It's all about trained data. a way I train the data, that software will behave.
Right.
So it's all about trained data, and ChatGPT, Bard, Gemini is just a software, and we're not reliable for that things, and we're just looking forward for the data, and we update data accordingly.
That's right. So what the limited point that I'm trying to make is, if you change the training data, so you are concerned about the bias, right? I'm concerned about the bias. He was concerned about the bias. If we are concerned about the bias, it's possible that you can change the training data appropriately, and you change the underlying model that is generating these predictive courses. Yeah, yeah. But the larger point is that treatment effects are credibly estimated, even if there are these biases. Yes.
Thank you, Ritik, for such an eloquent and provocative session. Please pardon me for the stupidity of my question, because I'm the most misfit in this discussion, neither a computer science person nor a data person, originating from a doctor's viewpoint. The way you describe the no more need of an Excel data or an analyst, somehow a fear crept into me that isn't it that we are getting into robotics, or all of us from human should be when they changed into robots. From there my stupid question is coming. One gentleman just now said all about the trained in the data, that you are going to train the machine to take those decisions regarding artificial intelligence. The way when we actually got into all kind of automobiles up to planet Mars, we didn't forget walking. While AI, ML appears to be a good addition to our science to do things more efficiently and more comprehensively, somehow there is a question, does it replace the existing ones or does it improve it? Because it's all about interpretation. Ultimately, you are going to interpret your AI generated data. When you mentioned that Misra and Maji actually ended up in even this audience looking at the data and scoring them differently, maybe there is an interpretational gap, that maybe this audience is more informed, as you said, and that's why they are more informed about the gap that is there other than sentiments. The illumination at study room, the help of the private tutor, and the engagement of the parental engagement and the school system where they are studying. Maybe they had factored in their mental multivariate regression model to come up with who is getting into the score. And maybe MBA students would have done that even better. So it's all about interpretation. So what I am saying, when we are saying that there is no need of Excel anymore or data collector, are we actually talking about having more solutions to address more efficiently, not really replace? Thank you.
No, absolutely. There is no question of replacing standard administrative data as of now. So we are just talking about what are the exciting other possibilities that can add, not replace, existing data infrastructure and the data sets that this is certainly not a replacement for admin data. But having said that, we are making rapid strides, if I may use a term, where in terms of using these big data AI ML driven techniques, for example, I know of a research team that is using satellite data to assess whether the roof of a house is a concrete house or a tin house. Now, the moment you have that kind of data, you will be able to measure a whole bunch of things, such as residential segregation, such as imputed income levels. Income level is very hard to get at, right? So one way of getting at income level is to look at the roof structure of the houses from satellite data and then infer these things. So, but we are still at an early stage, I think, but the literature is moving very, very rapidly.
Asking, in this scenario, there is two different cases. So is this collected data is statically validated before the analysis?
Sorry?
This collected data is statically validated or not?
Statistically validated?
Yeah.
I would think it's statistic. I mean, this is very basic statistics. Just I did not even run t-tests. I just showed you some means. That's it.
No, if we do, then minimize the biasness or check.
Yeah,
something.
that's possible.
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so two last questions.
So my question is that when we talk about technological solutions and the social inequalities questions, so despite having the data we will collect through any model, so it will end up in the who is going to make the decisions?
Very important, very important. You can only do so much with different kinds of data, but at the same time, the political lens through which a researcher is looking at a problem can have implications. The same data can be looked at in so many different ways depending on what my predilections are, what my biases and preferences are. I may be a liberal Democrat and I can look at the data in a certain way, and a conservative and look at the same data in a very different way. There's something also called confirmation bias in behavioral economics. Confirmation bias is you believe in something and you look at the data to convince yourself that the way you believe in is the right way to believe in.
So this question will persist?
Absolutely, yeah, of course. This is not to say that the lens through which we look at data is irrelevant.
Okay, so Ritik, so you now using ChatGPT, you can ask questions like how will Mishra do on English test and how will Maji do on English test?
Absolutely.
Have you done that?
No, I haven't.
I was wondering whether there will be a bias there also.
Yeah, it's possible. So in fact, there were instances, I'm forgetting, I think Google made this blunder where the Google LLM, it's called what? Gemini. Is it Google which made a blunder of showing certain colors? Yes. Yeah? Yeah, so, and then Sergey Brin, I think, made a statement later on that, yeah, so we have not done a good job. We have withdrawn that entire model, and we need to do a better job. So, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing consistently across a number of different comments is the idea that the data that these LLMs are trained on is biased data. There is gender discrimination and bias. There are all sorts of biases built into the data because we all operate with our biases and we put stuff out into the internet and that's what the models are being trained on. So I think in the Indian context, and particularly those of us who work in places like Bihar where ultimately a lot of the work that we are doing is to advance social justice and to fill sort of close equity gaps, we have to be extraordinarily careful about how we use these models, and but we can also start to change those models by putting out our data and producing data sets that actually are much more representative.
I completely agree with you. Just one more thing which I wanted to highlight yet again, that you should be less confident about the levels, but more confident about treatment effects. Yeah. Because whatever biases there are, they are operating in both the treatments if your randomization is correct.
Yeah, I think that's where your message, I think, is really well placed in terms of what we can do with these models now is probably run these kinds of experiments and look at differences. We cannot look at averages, means, etc., using these kinds of models because we're likely to get biased information. So I think you've kept everyone really wide awake. So can we provide a round of applause to Ritik, please? Thank you so much, and thanks for your engagement.
And Dr. Ritvik Banerjee, it was a very insightful session. Now we will move forward towards our next technical session, which is on data quality and artificial intelligence, machine learning, demystifying the conundrum. May I now please invite our chair of this session, Professor Sanjay Pandey, Professor, Community and Family Medicine, AIMS, Patna. Sir, please. To participate in this session, our first panelist will be Dr. Tanmay Mahapatra, sir, Director of Data and Learning at Pyramid Swasth Management and Research Institute. Our second panelist will be Gautam Patel, Deputy Director at Center of Social and Behavioral Changes. I think two of our panelists is there or not. Okay, we don't have Dr. Sandeepan Mukhopadhyay and Dr. Malaisha, so we'll continue with this session, sir. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, sir.
Very good afternoon to all, and just in the last session, Dr. Ritvik has described about that how we are using this qualitative data sets in the AI to formulate our interpretations and how we can use it. Continuing to this, here we both are I am from the medical background. I am Dr. Sanjay Pandey. I am working in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in the Department of Community and Family Medicine. My colleague, Dr. Tanmay Mahapatra, he is an old friend, and he is basically working in the Piramal Swasth Research Institute in the Patna, and I think he is an epidemiologist. He has got his education from one of the prestigious institute in the world, and he is a physician, public health person, and he is an expert especially for the public health in the last 2 decades. He has an immense experience in the research, particularly for the implementations and innovations in the epidemiology, managing the intervention programs, analyzing research data, developing research leadership and the partnership along with the training experts on the methodology and the analysis. He is currently the Director of the Data and Learning at the Pyramid Swasth Management and Research Institute in the Patna. So my second colleague is Dr. Gautam Patel. Na? So it is not in the sequence actually. The second speaker to this session is Gautam Patel. He is working as a Deputy Director of the Center for the Social Behavioral and the Change at the Ashoka University. He has worked with the government for many years, most recently with the JPAL South Asia, where he led the partnership with the several state governments for the evidence to be used to inform policy and support the scale-ups in the government system. He has worked in the Chief Minister's Office of the Gujarat and Rajasthan. Before settling in India, he worked for the government in the UK for the education reforms for the 14 to 19 years old in Oxfordshire and a youth club as a trained youth worker in the evening. He is graduated from the London School of the Economics and the Political Science in 2007 with the Master's Development Management and concentrations in the Indian development history and politics. So here one person belongs to the medical background and other from the economics background, social science background. So it's a very good combination that in the medical science, there are the two major groups. One group is involved in the patient cares, doing the treatment part of the patients, and other group, what is required is to look into the preventive aspects of the health related events in the society. So in the preventive parts, we always requires the help of the social scientist, we always require the help of the economist, because health is not a sole thing. It is attached with the economic conditions, it is attached with the social background, it is attached with the genetic background. So various other things are attached. So whenever we are talking about the prevention in the health, so we have to take into the consideration of all these too. So may I request Dr. Tanmay to please enlighten us with the how we can use the data and use the AI in making this possible and making some interpretations in the health sciences.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Thank you all. Very tough job. After Ritik presenting this and Sunita moderating and making this postprandial blood supply running to brain, it's really tough to keep you awake on a subject where I don't make much sense. It's about data, quality, and artificial intelligence. And as all of you know that this accurate, complete, unbiased, too much. Accurate. What is accuracy? A combination of precision and validity. What is validity? A combination of internal validity and external validity. For that, what we need? We need generalizability as well as representativeness plus lack of bias. Bias are two types, systematic and random. When we talk about systematic, so many systematic errors. Ek shabd mein aa gaya accuracy. So many demands that it should not have any information bias. Few minutes back I asked a question mentioning that I am nobody from data, nobody from computer science, I am a doctor, which is true. My degree is MBBS and after that PhD in epidemiology. You don't see a data science degree there. But that's a wrong information. Given in a disguise because last 26 years I'm dealing with data. So what wrong information can creep up from wheresoever? You may not know. And then we are talking about accuracy. Unbiased. In the last session, if you just take our keyword, bias, creeping up bias, there is inherent bias. The word bias was coming everywhere and we are talking about having unbiased data, which is crucial for success of the artificial intelligence and machine learning models. Now you see, the most required and often not present issue is the balance between supplier and the supply and the demand. Now there is a demand of something more. Artificial intelligence and machine learning try to address that. And there is a consumer side perspective on that, and we are the consumers. One from academia, one from development sector research, and another from policy space. Now it's the consumer's perspective related to data, quality, and artificial intelligence and machine learning role there. We will show you a few things, and then we will get into our individual discussions. This is the demand that this esteemed August gathering can actually offer to these consumers for ensuring that inaccurate, incomplete, or biased data should not lead to flawed results or poor performance. Now, what is the importance of data quality in AI and ML? We'll have a circle. We'll start with the importance of data quality for AI and ML, and then we'll come back to what is the requirement of AI and ML for data quality. Now, to start with, already there was a discussion that the senior police officer mentioned in his question that the garbage in, garbage out. We know about this GIGO system, which is the key concept in AI. So input data quality is important. We were talking about the issues with biased, incomplete, and the data which contains errors, which will give us unreliable or biased results. Now, what is the impact of data quality? We need to have a balance, so just not talk about the problem. Let's talk about a little bit of the solution. A high quality data can actually come up with the predictions. We started with regressions. We spoke about several kinds of regressions. We can start from simple regression, Poisson regression, to multivariate, multiple, whatever, all kinds of regression on earth. We can get into structurally nested mean model, accelerated failure time model, and all kind of models that we are using. And after that, we say, oh, we paid 50 rupees to the translator. And ultimately, sorry, rest I'm not saying. So it is important that we ultimately come up with something which is essential for the accuracy. And I already mentioned, accuracy includes precision and validity. Precision comes with the sample size and all those stuff. You increase sample size, your precision will increase. And in that way, you increase more chances of malhandling of data and increasing the systematic error. Life is a balance. So ultimately, to ensure that we are making effective and informed decisions, we need some help from AI and ML, and some is a modest word, leading to improved performance and trust. My friend, my gentleman, the friend who few minutes back asked a very important question is right now drinking water, with the trust that this whole one doesn't have a small amount of any impurity. That's a trust. If we add a little bit of impurity, this is no more a drinking water, right? Data is just like that. So it's important that we generate trust within our users, sitting here also, that you can come up with the key components of quality data through different kinds of methods. Those will be explained in this session by all the experts in AI and ML. Those methods can come up with accurate data, ensuring that the data is trustworthy. There is a requirement of consistency. You all know, you are data scientists, you all know we do back checks. Previously also used to do, now also. When I reach your house first time, I ask a question, and then a back checker comes and asks another question, ask the same question on another time. If it is not consistent, we call it is a poor data quality. The data needs to be consistent. There is a requirement of having completeness. Today, there were discussions on different states having differential completeness in the COVID-19 pandemic data. And there is a requirement of the timeliness. If I just now start talking about the, what was the socio-demographic scenario and predictors of development during 2005 in Bihar, that will be an aged data, that will be an old data. Maybe we are right now talking about 2024. And maybe we need to generate the data, share the data in real time, not after 20 years. There is a requirement of good data visualization. The story, the goal, the maximum criticism that I have ever seen in my life was, you prepare your presentation for yourself only. Only you understand. Rest, not the rest of the audience. So what is important is about the data visualization. Going to the decision maker and telling that my multivariate logistic regression came up with a coefficient which tells that with one unit, the data visualization and the rest of the things ultimately deal with different challenges in ensuring the data quality, like data collection. We discussed a lot today on this, and we will be discussing interviewer bias, different kind of assertion problems, the problems in the tool. We know very well about the stupid investigator bias and all other stuff. Now the accuracy, consistency, and completeness coming back. And there comes the issue with the manual interface, human errors, all kind of aspects that we know as human errors. So when we label the data, if we label exposure as outcome and exposure, or the exposed as unexposed and unexposed and exposed, what can happen, we all know. So the point is, and believe me, it happens way more often than we believe. We all love SPSS. Just click there. A fantastic regression model will be done. You coded them as 1 and 2, and one comes before 2. So ultimately, which one going to be the reference is automatic. And do the same thing for yes, no. Y comes after no, because Y comes after N. It's reversed. The analyst may not know. because you didn't ask them to code, you asked them to use the button. Life is easier, maybe complex. Now, there comes the issues with data storage and security. We discussed in length, and sir has mentioned a lot of things about those issues related to security and something. In the break, I was having a discussion with Dr. Gupta about relational data, all issues with the data sharing and other things. Now, best practices for ensuring data quality in AI/ML may be implementing data governance policy, utilizing data quality tools, developing a data quality team strategy and standard operating procedures, collaborate with the data providers, and continuously monitoring data quality matrices. All these can be done using AI/ML. How? You can have a defining data quality standards, processes that you are going to input. There should be an eligibility criteria below which you may have a score, and based on which you can actually train the machine. And then roles to create a culture of data quality. This ensures that the data quality is prioritized throughout. Automate the data cleansing. While doing data cleansing, believe me, every organization you will find maximum time allocated for the data analyst and the minimum time for the data cleaner. And go and ask the data analyst how good he or she is in data cleaning. You will find less people and less paid people who are proficient in data cleaning. And that's a blunder. Believe me, that's a blunder. Because ultimately, garbage in, garbage out. So automating the data cleansing, validation, and monitoring may ensure the consistency in the data quality, and these tools may help to identify and address data quality issues efficiently so that we can make new mistakes, not the old ones. Establish a dedicated team, SOP, and strategy, everybody's dream. Let's see how we can be helped through AI for that. Then the collaboration with data providers. It takes years to have data sharing agreement getting signed. AI and ML can help us to check each other data, all the issues with the data, all the potential risks and risk pooling and those kind of things to come up with the collaborative environment more easily. And then continuously monitoring data quality matrices. I'll show something in a minute. So we know about the automated data cleaning, natural language processing, and AI-powered data standardization. I'm not going into the details of this. Just can say, my friend who just presented just before me, he just opened up the discussion and the potential for the whole thing about the natural language processing. It can do any wonders. Any kind of thing can be considered as data. Absolutely true. Everything else, like when we are talking about transcripts, when we are talking about PDFs, when we are talking about facial expressions, when we are talking about old files, documents, all can be crawled upon. And then the data standardization can be AI powered. So what are different kind of things that we used to do and we are using, even if we are just complete ignorant about AI/ML? We know inter-interviewer variation. We know inter-geographic variation. We know individual level tracking. We know GIS and GPS-based tracking. What additional can come? Tool-based logic check and error detections. All this can be actually done through using AI. And again, there are two things. Lot of applications helping all our frontline workers across the country to do their work more efficiently, more comprehensively, and reaching the unreached, leaving no one behind. Is there one register which has been taken away? Is there any source document that she is not more required to fill in? So it is not easy to replace anything. It is required. I am giving an example where paperwork may be reduced when we are having the digital system credibly functioning for years. But there are certain things where AI is a catalyst, AI is the pathfinder. You train the system with proper quality ML, means proper quality data, and then the machine will help you to generate quality data. That's the crux of our session. AI can identify different geographical patterns. We have discussed a few minutes back about satellite data, and then AI-based tracking of individual respondents and integrating different variations to enhance the data quality. And then comes AI algorithms. I'll show you in a minute what wonder that can do. So, recording data collection is a possibility. Then, if you can record the data collection, I'm actually talking about something more where we stopped last time, that there will be a lot of interviews going on around, but you can record them. There will be audio files. There may be video files if it is ethically okay. And then you can analyze the response times. We all talk about respondent fatigue. We all talk about how much time was spent on this particular question. All these are the things where AI can do wonders. Then comes the training the machine learning models. And as they say, in your experience, it's anecdote. Where is the published evidence? So there is a published evidence that temporarily aligning long audio interviews with questions with Mumbai IIT for showing the role of AI and data quality in public health, especially using the audio records and its length and how many skips used, what time spent on a particular question, etc. High quality data is very important for disease modeling. We all know infectious disease modeling where we are actually stuck. We all know nowadays that one day we have to go to China to see our Gangotri glacier. So what is happening is, as the glaciers are melting, as we are having rain almost throughout the year but not at the time of monsoon, as all the kind of pesticide use and other things have ruined the water quality, it's time to think about the climate. And when we are talking about the impact of climate change on health, we don't have the disease distribution to predict the model or to train the model properly. So it is important that the surveillance system need to have some inbuilt system of AI and ML-based identification of pockets where we need to improve things. Then there comes the data-driven decision making. There was a question today which sir said that there is not a single answer, absolutely. Which data or what is required for data-driven decision making? There may be one answer which is very wide, that is will. If we have political will, academic will, scientific will, social will to make data-driven decision making, that's good for the greater common cause. For individual, we are always doing. We are seeing that, watch probably right now how long this session is going to go. This is also a data. When we are going to buy the next cell phone, we must see the reviewers' comments. That is a weighted average. And when we go anywhere, we see TripAdvisor. Those are data. For individual, data-driven decision making is happening for everybody, every moment, every time. When we do that for a group, we need approvals, we need all those things. Let us make it a culture. Now, unlocking the power of AI for data enhancement. It is important to have the automatic data processes. There is importance of using AI for revolutionizing the data transformation. And data-driven decision making we have already discussed. And we have also discussed about the data cleaning with AI, just like identifying the duplicate records, intelligent missing value imputation. Like when we do, in my first day for my doctoral program in UCLA, we had been asked to fill up a form. Who knew that form will come back for all those 150 students to analyze and clean? And unfortunately, somebody said upon the gender of ourselves as M or F, somebody said MALE, somebody missed the E, somebody Los Angeles made Los Angeles, somebody Los Angeles. Ultimately, we had to analyze that data and clean it using SAS code. That's the first SAS learning for me, and that was terrible. Now a machine learning system and AI can actually predict how many errors can be there in a particular length of a particular variable name or something, for an example. Then the missing values. the intelligent missing value imputation. We all know multiple imputations. Now how we can do an intelligent missing value imputation using all kind of probabilistic bias analysis and sensitivity analysis, that is quite possible right now. But again, it's a proper marriage, as Ritik put. There is a requirement of joining hands between the computer science professionals, the experts in AI ML, and the data scientists to ensure that we are doing the best use of it, not just worrying who is becoming irrelevant. Then comes the automated error detection. Ultimately, this anomaly detection and data validation end up in having data standardization so that we can have proper predictive analysis. And in a predictive analysis, all kind of changes that we want to do. Okay, today, the antenatal care center visit is 50% for 4 or more visit. If it goes to 51, 52, 53, whatsoever, how things are going to change, those are the aspects that we run through different models and something that AI can predict in minutes. So there are predictive analysis also which can be helped by AI and ML. We spoke about the unstructured data extraction, sentiment analysis, and topic modeling. So see, when I didn't know what Ritik is going to present, but ultimately sentiment analysis came. So sentiment analysis is something where we want to see that kind of marriage that we were actually talking about. Then there comes governance and security, automated compliance, real-time monitoring, enhanced security. These are the aspects where AI and ML can actually help us through those AI-driven data enhancement. We can have more insights from the data. We can have time saved by doing things fast to have more social return on investment. We can have cost reduction by several things that we were discussing before, and we can have improved data quality if we can have that marriage properly. What are the challenges? And interestingly, I'll actually throw this panel to that particular nuances to discuss the challenges more. Data complexity we know. AI model training requires the quality, so where is the chicken and where is the egg? And then there comes the data governance and compliance and security and privacy. But good that there are solutions. If we use specialized algorithms and tools tailored to specific data type and structure, we can handle data complexity up to any level. We can train AI models to high quality representative data sets to ensure that the accuracy and the reliability is improved. We can regularly evaluate, and that also with the help of the system, if we can actually acculturate the machine with the requirement and then get acculturated by the machine. And then establish a clear data governance policy and procedure. Implement robust security measures also important. Now I'll just show you what is possible. You can see there is a data dashboard where we are directly seeing individual level data collection, all the kinds of information from each individual data collector. We can see the metadata there. And these metadata can be analyzed to understand real-time dashboard enabled with algorithms. So when your data collector has collected 10% data, with the errors being thrown out of the system, you can get the correct data shown to you with, and you may be a government official who want to work on data for whom the data matters. And then individual quality and coverage with the help of metadata and audio. And we all know paradata is about the process of data generation, data about the process of data generation, and metadata is the data about the data. Paradata means how much time you took for finishing an interview, what the skips were, etc., etc. Metadata is talking about how you are seeing the data being varying across geography and all those stuff. So all these can actually help for real-time data cleaning based on all the checks that I mentioned. And then the granularity can lead up to a situation when you just hover on that particular the spot on the map, and you will get all the information related to that particular case. This is the real-time scenario in case of acute encephalopathy syndrome in Bihar. And the submission summary, the completeness, where are the different kind of things happened or not happened. And then when these completeness are assessed and quality control reports are generated, you can also get into things like the result of the spot check when two persons, one trainee and another, are collecting that same data together, and you can get the machine commenting on the methodology, the technique, the time management, situation handling, behavior, understanding of tools. Isn't that nice? Isn't that for which we always see that this person is good performer but don't know whether they follow the protocol on the ground? This all can be done in the process with the automated system of checking the quality. This is important because embedded in each number there is a life. So it's quality that can have a proper requirement of the marriage between all the existing intelligence and the newer ones. I want to invite my friend Dr. Gautam Patel to talk about the so what. We discussed why and how, but so what? If this happens, how policy can help us? Over to Gautam.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think we've had like a high-speed journey today from the morning to now, the implications of AI. You know, some parts of this feel quite overwhelming as well, but on a very positive note, I want to talk about how we can apply AI to the work I do and that many of us do, which is how can we come about impactful solutions that can work at scale in government systems. See, is it working? This one is. Oh, thank you. This one. Okay, thank you. So first, if I give a small visual summary of where I am today in terms of this discussion. So long back, many of us, when we wanted knowledge, when we want to create a solution, we go to a very big library. This is the library in London School of Economics. It's 8 floors of books, and I was here in 2005. And any of us in a big city with a big library had access to all these books, and we can read them and we can come to some solution. Then we have computers later on. Computers, as we talked about, people talked about even this morning. We have to input something into them for them to give something back to us. Now we all have something very powerful in our bags or in our pockets, and it's just this phone. This phone probably has more knowledge than this London School of Economics library. And we can access that in seconds. We don't have to walk up and down the floor and find the code and find the book and etc. We have it in seconds. And this has been a very rapid progress and all of us have seen this. All of us went to libraries and found the page, etc., and learned from that. And all of us are now Googling as well. And now the next revolution we're already started is this AI revolution, this artificial intelligence. We're trying to grapple with and understand how we can use that. Yes. And so just as a snapshot of some of the work I do with the government, with my team, etc. So these are just some images of what we've created. All of these were created before AI, apart from one, and I'll talk about that in a second. The first one is so in COVID times, we developed a simple kit for ASHA workers in Gujarat to tell people safety measures in COVID-19. This was in 2020. The distancing, etc., wearing a mask, etc. And when it was so new, what is COVID and what to do, and then that was used across the state. Down here, this is a set of video tutorials and visual posters to train first-time women entrepreneurs in Bihar through Jivika. Another example there is a card game to get people to build their internal motivation with regards to entrepreneurship. And at the top there's a booklet, another card game for people to rethink parenting. Parenting is a key part of addressing malnutrition. and how they go about complementary feeding. So these are just examples to show you these are some solutions that have gone to scale that a government system can use that are based on impact and that can scale for those government functionaries. And where does AI come into this? So before we get back to the government and what we do, I think one way when we're trying to learn about AI, we should look at who's already doing AI in a big way, and we can learn from them fast. We are beginning, we are learning, etc. And who is going much faster than we are? Who's putting billions in? This morning, Director Sir said you're looking for 60 crore for Adri. But some people are putting 100 billion into AI. So let's look at them. Let's look at who's going about AI in a big way, and then we can learn. So Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola is everywhere. I understand Coca-Cola isn't comparable for what we do in the social sector, but there are some learnings here. So the reason why Coca-Cola is across the country, and it's quite remarkable, there are few things that cost us 5 rupees and then gives us so much instant pleasure. I mean, sugar gives us a lot of pleasure, and for 5 rupees, there's few things we can buy for that. Saying that, my slides with Coca-Cola, I've put a health warning for every single slide. I think we need a health hazard here. It's not good for us. But Coca-Cola are investing $100 billion for cloud-based generative AI. They've already invested a lot already. For years, they've been using AI. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. But now they're investing a lot in terms of staff they have, research centers across the world using AI. And some of these things will help us think about how we can be using AI. So some things that will be obvious to you. So one thing Coca-Cola is using AI for is the big data they have on sales. So when they introduce a new product like Cherry Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola know the next day how many sales there were across the world. Which places are liking this, which was not liking it, where it's not moving. A month later, they know. They know in summer which flavor is being sold more. Then they can obviously they can change their inventories and their stock supplies, and they can do this on the day, on the minute. It's almost live, because the information Coca-Cola gets in terms of sales, supply, storage, etc. They have this feedback loop that big data is used in terms of their products and their ability to succeed. So that I think we could all have figured that out. And we can all figure out that yes, when you have a product and you're selling it, you can track that and you can have the data from all the different stores. Now here's something that's getting more sophisticated from what Coca-Cola are already doing in terms of AI. So yes, they're immensely successul, and it's not just because they're very clever people. I mean, as I said, if you're selling sugar in a bottle, that's not too much hard work. It's quite easy to go and. If I went out right now and you asked me to sell lots of bottles of sugar in a bottle, I could do that in Gandhi Maidan myself with little training, right? Because it's a good, simple, cheap product, and they have a lot of capital, a lot of money. But now let's look at some of the smart things they're doing. The way they're using AI, their teams are taking all the photographs from the world with a Coca-Cola bottle, and they're seeing how people are enjoying Coca-Cola. So they're looking at now some cultural aspects of how people are integrating with their product. Now this gets interesting for us because a lot of our work, the work we're doing with government, so for example, we're talking to parents about feeding their children, there are cultural aspects. It's not just technical. It's not like, feed this many times a day, feed in this much katori, here's the calories, that's technical. The social fabric of the woman who's there, her hierarchy in the household, the order of how people eat. The elders eat first, the woman's husband may eat first, she may eat later. When does a child eat? That's like the social context. So Coca-Cola is able to absorb this across the world because a section of society is on social media, and they learn how people have their drinks at celebrations. They use that to make products like this. So last Diwali, they had this product of how there's like an unlocking, and it's how do you get people to meet with Coca-Cola. So the new product launched before Diwali, because they know people, how they may consume Coca-Cola from the photographs as well. Now this is, again, this gives you some tremendous sense of how AI can be very powerful on data that's already out there. So you don't have to do it in the questionnaire. You can just source that data out there. You can use the AI to pull those photos and learn sophisticated things. So these are just a very few examples, but give you a sense of how the implications. Now let's go to government in the sense, how can we use AI? So this is the central question I have right now. So if I first begin with, if I want to, so the problems we're talking about are malnutrition, child malnutrition is a big problem in Bihar. Problems of people's income, they need to earn more. Many people in Bihar have 1 meal a day, or they may have 2 meals a day. They're underfed, adults, children, etc. problems of child marriage, your choice in marriage, choice in childbearing. These are the type of issues that governments certainly already and for some time have been working on, but how can we have better solutions at scale? So if I think of what's the minimum checklist, it's number one, the thing we are trying to solve, we should have some evidence, does it work, right? We would want that. We also want to know what the minimum version is that can work, because at scale we're talking about millions. So we have to keep the cost very low because of how we reach millions. We should also have knowledge of the system functioning. We should understand the target population, and we should understand what the stakeholders may purchase. Now, if you look at Coca-Cola, and I understand the Coca-Cola bottle is simple, but still it's very telling. So how many ticks do they get? So Coca-Cola, do they have evidence that people like the sugary drink? Yes, they do. That's fine, right? That's a tick. That even biological evidence of your dopamine, etc. with sugar, we have that. Do they know the minimum viable version for scale? They do. They've spent a long time making the plastic bottle with the least amount of plastic, which is still sturdy, right? That bottle, when you drink from it, it doesn't fall apart. It's very thin, but they've got the design right. They know how to make the bottle stand up. They know how it stacks in a crate. They know they've worked on that for a long time, so they know the minimum cost version, pulling up the groundwater, putting in the plastic bottle. Does Coca-Cola understand the system of functioning? They do. They understand the warehouse, the cooler, how much time it takes. They understand all these things. How large a shop is and how big the fridge should be. All these things they understand very well. Do they understand the target population? Yes, they do. They're using AI for this as well, as I mentioned. And do they understand what stakeholders and people will then purchase? They understand this as well. So now coming to these social sector problems, where are we on these ticks? So I've got 3 columns here. I've got before, now, future. So before, we had very few evaluations in the social sector. And if you go back 30 years, 40 years, we didn't have a tick in that box. We didn't know from rigorous evaluations what can make a shift. We're kind of guessing, we're hoping, we have some anecdotal information, but we're designing social programs without having evidence. Now, yes, we have evidence. Do we know the minimum version for scale? We typically don't, and it's because when we are trying to innovate, we want to see impact, normally what we pilot and test usually is a much stronger, more intense version. So when you read an academic paper and there's an evaluation, they usually have more team members out there pushing the evaluation to make sure it happens correctly, because we want to make sure the treatment works. So we have less information on minimum viable product. Do we have knowledge of the system functioning? Now here the odd thing is, so if you try and learn about, say, functionaries, government functionaries in Bihar or anywhere in the country, the last functionary, for some reason this is not so academically interesting. It's not like a game changer. It doesn't seem so innovative. It's quite mundane. What does this ASHA worker typically do? What is their life like? How many days do they go on strike? Do they have a union, etc.? Are they paid on time? We can't get this information instantly compared to other information. It seems less exciting. It's very important, but it seems less exciting for people to pull out. And nor do we have access to the government information on this so easily. Knowledge of system functioning, it's better. Some people are studying the system functioning, but it's not across the board. We don't know about every single government system functioning in the same way that Coca-Cola will know about every single store and every single truck, and they'll have all that data. If you look at, say, supply of iron folic acid tablets, we don't have the latest report. We do not have the live information of where all those tablets are, etc. So it's not that high. Do we understand the target population? Somewhat. We have some censuses. We talked about this earlier today as well. How much of that information is it on time? Do we have it? So again, this is not optimal right now. And do we understand what stakeholders will purchase, invest in? Not so much here. So for example, if you look at things like family planning, contraceptives, even parents, how they want to go about coaching their own children, prepare them for school, we don't have so much information on their preferences. Not from the target population. So where do we want to go in the future? So the evidence is increasing because people are doing more and more evaluations. So I have confidence that we'll continue having more evidence on, for example, what increases females' agency, empowerment. Already that type of evidence is growing every year. We have more understanding of this. And AI right now, and I'll explain this in a second, but AI right now, we can draw on that. We should be understanding the minimum viable versions of scale with the government collaborations. We should understand government systems. Now, understanding the target population becomes most difficult. So I put the question mark there. And this also came up earlier today. So right now, the people with the phone on social media, the people giving their data, the people being tracked for where they move around are the people who are richer and wealthier. They already have the smartphone. They have the ability to move around. The poorer sections of society where these persistent problems are, we have less data. So yes, we could look at the satellite. You mentioned the satellites. We could look at the roofs, etc. But we're not there yet. We don't have the ease and access to their data. as we do from richer sections of society. So I think this remains a big question mark, because even if that gets better, the people with more wealth, their data will be even better. So we still have a massive inequality, a large divide between how well do we understand the lives of the people from big data, from AI, if we're trying to solve their problems. And then what happens, an issue that happens, we draw inferences from richer people's lives to try and inform poorer people's lives. And that happens anyway today, but that would only increase if AI feeds this in as well. Understanding what stakeholders will purchase and invest in. I think if government systems themselves can begin collecting data in a live way, in the way that Coca-Cola is doing, but there are many apps with government systems, there are many interfaces, frontline workers. Can we rethink how that data comes in so it can feed in solutions and bring feedback? So the last part I want to talk about today is, so the very last thing I wanted to say is that if in the social sector, we're trying to tackle some very complex, persistent problems that have been around there for decades. We all want to live in a country where children aren't suffering malnutrition. Or nowadays, we have parents who do have enough food in that home, they're just not feeding them in the correct way. And they're missing information, they're missing motivation, there's convenience, they also have a stressed life, etc. But we want solutions to change that, to shift that. We know the learning levels, for example, in government schools, it's not ideal. But again, there are behavioral aspects to that. Again, one we saw earlier today, how teachers perceive children as well. So we understand the problem better than ever before, but we need solutions, and we need solutions at scale. And I think AI is something, given resources are scarce, AI is something that can compute faster and draw in solutions much quicker. I'll give one example. So one of the solutions I showed earlier today, which was the booklet for guidance for parents on complementary feeding. Earlier, I would have given my team members the task of going through all the evidence, all the academic papers and literature and surveys on complementary feeding, there are many, and pulling out to me what are the key top guidance, top recommendations, also fitting with WHO and Government of India. And that might have taken them about 1 to 2 months of work. I might have 2 staff, maybe they're spending 30% of their time to go through all of this and come up with this distilled version of here's what we could put into a booklet for parents that fits the technical guidelines and the evidence, etc. ChatGPT 4 can give me that answer again in seconds as well. And obviously I cross-checked it. So I had a human intelligence doing the same project, and I also did the ChatGPT doing the same project. It's the same answer because it's the same set of information, right? They're also into the same sources, etc. So this gives you even right now, we already have one remarkable step, that the existing evidence that exists on the internet, we can draw on that in minutes where it would take months before to come to this solutioning. But as I said, that earlier slide I had earlier, we have a lot of blanks still, in the sense, if the information is not there in the first place, we can't draw on it. So right now, I cannot draw on preferences of the target population. That information is not in the system. It's not, people haven't pulled that out, they haven't recorded it so well. So I don't have that in the solution. I still have, we go to the field, we spend time with these people, we understand parenting, we understand the barriers that they come through. But simply the key I think I want to talk about, right now, artificial intelligence can already inform solution some aspects. Many aspects yet to be done. But if we can invest in that, so I think my key question, if we can invest in data collection and quality, a lot what Tanmiji was talking about, if those investments come in an infrastructure way, we'd be much better at solving these problems. So some very complex problems. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. To take this discussion forward, I'd request Dr. Pandey to highlight what do you think the current practices in public health, academia, or in clinical science, and where you see the scope? What is the current practices regarding AIML, and where you see the scopes?
Okay. So, in the medical science, there are the 2 major divisions. I just told before this session. There are the 2 areas, that is the clinical science, and one is the public health. Clinical science is still is a very grave area, and what in the clinical science we have to rely on the investigations, the reports, and especially for the radiological investigations. So sometimes we get that the reports which are being generated, especially in the USG, ultrasound, CT scan, MRI, these are the films and these are the interpretations made by the clinicians. But sometimes what happens, that if we go inside the body, we get some different condition what has been shown in the investigations. So AI has a now challenge in this area in the making the use of the AI in the diagnostic parts of the in the health, in the medical science. So this is one important thing. That the most important thing what Dr. Tanmay told is the interpretation, that how we are going to interpret it, and this AI is also based on the how many persons have interpreted the results. And it's a final conclusion that gives a direction, gives the array that how the results can be interpreted in the future. This is the most challenging part of the use of the AI in the medical science, especially in the clinical diagnostics and the research. And because this is very simple thing, we already conducted one study for the identification of the tuberculosis cases using the X-ray, using the CT scans, and giving it to the two different observers just to see the inter-observer variations to establish is there any variations or not, and then putting the results with the AI system. So we didn't get some of the conclusive results, and we interpreted that further things are required, further research are required in this area. Now I am talking about the public health. Public health again is a very important area. In the public health, mostly we are getting the informations, we are collecting the data, and these data are the quantitative as well as the qualitative. While we are going to collect the quantitative data, it is very easy because we have some of the objective questions, and we just ask the question, we get the answer, we enter it into the system, and then using the different kind of the statistical tools, we can get the result. But it is very difficult to make the interpretations in the qualitative data, where we have to record the data in the audio form, we have to record into the video form, we have to record the stories and what the respondent is telling, and how the data collector is writing the informations all this. So these are very important thing. And now I am recalling the area that Dr. Ritvik has told, that how we can come to the conclusion that any 4, 5, 6 parts that we can derive from this kind of the qualitative result data to make our results final. So in my opinion, that the use of the AI ML is very important, and it will give some of the impressive results in the public health to collect the information. I think as per his result also, the interpretations made by human and the interpretations made by the AI based tools, almost this was not a very much difference in that. So really that the interpretations made by the AI is almost what we are thinking. So almost it goes like this. But in the public health, the AI ML can be used, and it can give us a very important direction that how we can, what are the informations can we collect from the, we can generate and we can use. That is the most important, how can we develop the prediction models. And these models can help us to making the policies, and even though we have identifying the problems, the bottlenecks that where we are not able to implement and get the good results after implementing the policies. So these are the two important things, that how we can use the AI ML in the medical sciences. Now I think some of the questions maybe from the audience.
This is now open for question from the audience. One question I can see, when is the tea break?
Hi Gautam, my name is Kamna, and my question is to you. I think you ended your presentation with this desire for more investment in creating structures that will collect good quality data. So I assume that private sector has already taken lead in it, as you demonstrated through example. And I presume that private sector is going to dominate this field of collecting high quality data. But at the same time, it kind of, the motivation for this, I believe is also very profit driven and not aligning with the goals of social justice, social equity, which we aim for in policy making. So I wanted to know, do you see this as a problem, and how do you address this? Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you for asking that question. So you're absolutely correct, but our whole economic structure across the whole world is unequal and driving to more inequality because the private sector benefit and they're driven by making money. Coca-Cola is so motivated because it's sales and make money, and they have a single metric, which is the money goes up, sales go up. That doesn't compare to the social sector. What we're trying to do here, we don't have a single metric. Things like empowerment or more education or people's the nutrition, their levels, etc. It's more complex, so it's not comparable. It's not a worry because it's a little bit different. So in the social sector, we are already collecting data. So if you take the school system is collecting data on those children, not just their learning levels, also their height and weight is collected in some schools as well. The Anganwadi Center collects that as well. What I'm saying is, if we can better use that data for feedback to improve how the system functions, that would be a big gain. Even in the health sector. So for example, in COVID times, I was part of the government of Gujarat strategic team. I was working with the government to tackle in COVID. We had a lot of data. We had the data on every time somebody enters a government hospital. So the day they enter, the symptoms they have, the day they go into a ventilator. So certain data would come to me every single day, and for the whole state. Across the whole state, every single data the hospitals would give, they have to input at the end of the day, and we have it the next day, and we'd use that for analytics. We also had every data, the Agusetu data we had, and we also had the data on the PCR tests as well. And this is at the early stages. No, but the point, the more data we had, the better we're able to strengthen the system. And even that wasn't enough data. The type of data we had was X number, given how big COVID was and how much we needed to know, but still it gave us, informed us to start designing solutions with the government. So I do think that there's obviously a very strong case for very simply, the better informed we are, the better decisions we'll make. But now if we don't invest in data infrastructure, the data is there, we just can't use it. So we can't become stronger. So the system won't become as strong. And the reason I use the Coca-Cola, and I don't think the private sector is something that we can look to and learn from, it's not, it's driven in a very different way. The only reason I put that there was to give us a sense of, if we're trying to make a vision of how to use data, it's a real life example that exists today. They're investing hundreds and millions in something that we're only just now realizing the importance. Right, this morning itself, somebody said gold was important, oil was important, now data is important. If data is important, we should be putting crores into it. We should know, but we're not yet, right? Because it hasn't yet quite dawned to us how important it is. And I think that statement this morning was on point, that data is massively valuable. And if it's valuable, we have to pay for it. It's not free. We shouldn't think, oh no, it's free, or let's think of a low-cost way for it to come to. We have to start paying for that data. And the area of work, and yes, there's lots of controversies, there's lots of areas that data can also be misused. But the single point I want to make in my presentation is that better data, better decisions, better systems, better solutions, and people's lives can be better. And without that, we can't. So in the COVID-19 time, if I had zero data from the hospitals, how can we inform the hospitals how to improve? We can't. We have no idea. It's too big a system. It's too large a system with people and hospitals and movement. So data is essential. And what I'd like to suggest is I'd like to work with people to improve how government collects data so we can use it well, and protect people's privacy and all the other aspects we do, the ethics, etc. But for system improving, I think it's essential. I mean, does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you so much.
We have 3 more minutes, so we can have 2 more questions.
Hello, sir. My question will be from Tanmay, sir. Sir, you said that garbage in and garbage out. So, in ethical, when we go for the study and all that ethical and research methodology, we learn that what मतलब जो भी हमें इनपुट मिलेगा हमें वैसे लिखना है, हमें उसमें कुछ छेड़छाड़ नहीं करना है। तो इसमें क्या होता है सर कि मान लिया कि हम कुछ टेक्निक्स है कि एज हीपिंग मिला हमें, तो हम उसको विपल्स मेयर्स इंडेक्स है इस सब लगा के कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। तो बाकी अदर डेटा हम कलेक्ट करेंगे उसके लिए तो बहुत सारे टेक्निक्स नहीं हैं। तो उस केस में अगर वो गार्बेज इन होगा तो फिर वो गार्बेज आउट होगा। तो सर उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए हम क्या करें एआई को फिर उसको करेक्ट करने के लिए एआई के लिए हमें मतलब यार एक ही टेक्निक है कि हम डाटा क्यूरेट करें और मतलब अच्छे से उसका एक्यूरेसी करें, या तो फिर गार्बेज आउट होगा सर। तो इसमें आपका क्या कहना है सर?
वेरी पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन। और उसमें आपने जो बोला ना कि छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर सकते, वो तो आई एंड एआई दोनों ही बोलता है, ठीक है ना। तो उसमें कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है कि छेड़छाड़ तो मैनिपुलेशन है, और अगर हमको जैसे रिजल्ट चाहिए उतना तक डेटा कलेक्शन करे तो उसको जेरिमेंडरिंग बोलते हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली क्या है कि वो तो नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि हम डेटा में एरर को लेके क्या कर सकते हैं, ये साइंस भी एआई के जैसा उतना ही आगे बढ़ा है। तो मेजर्स ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटी, प्रोबेबिलिस्टिक बायस एनालिसिस, सेंसिटिविटी एनालिसिस, ये तो आई ही इतना दिन मैनेज करके आया है, अभी साथ में एआई आ गया है। तो दोनों मिला के इसको हैंडल करने का बहुत अच्छा तरीका है। जो एरर आप सोच सकते हैं कि ऐसा हो सकता है, मम्मी के सामने एडोलेसेंट को पूछा स्मोकिंग करते हो या नहीं, देयर विल बी अंडर एस्टिमेशन, अंडर रिपोर्टिंग बिकॉज ऑफ डिजायरेबिलिटी बायस। कम्युनिटी हेल्थ मोबिलाइजर के सामने पूछा है कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर को, या ब्लॉक मैनेजर के सामने पूछा है आशा को या आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर को विजिट, तो वो ओवर एस्टिमेशन होगा ही, मालूम है। जननी सुरक्षा योजना का डेटा मिलता है तो पैसा मिलता है तो वो ओवर एस्टिमेशन, ये हम सोच सकते हैं। बट ये नहीं सोच सकते कि सेम स्टडी बार बार करने से उसमें रैंडम एरर कहां से आ जाता है। तो जो हम सोच सकते हैं उसके लिए सॉल्यूशन हमारे पास है, उसके लिए उस एरर को भी मॉडल करना होता है। और उसमें एआई क्या हेल्प कर सकता है कि आप कैसा टाइप का एरर हो रहा है उसमें एरर मॉडलिंग करवा सकते हैं। लेकिन जो हम सोच नहीं सकते उसको लेके थोड़ा परेशानी ज्यादा है। तो उसके लिए भी अभी मेजर्स ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटी, रैंडम एरर का डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ मल्टीपल वेरिएशन देख के हैंडल करना, ये सब आ रहा। तो रॉन्ग डेटा में अगर आपको मालूम चल रहा है सिर्फ छेड़छाड़ नहीं करना है, तो उसमें एक रॉन्ग रिपोर्ट जनरेट करना मेरे हिसाब से इक्वली प्रॉब्लम है जितना प्रॉब्लम है रॉन्ग डेटा जनरेट करना। उससे बेहतर है इसको हाईलाइट करने का जरूरत है, दिस डेटा इज नॉट एनालाइजेबल, दिस डेटा हैज दिस मच इनहेरेंट इश्यूज। और कोई एकेडमिक, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव, लीगल प्रेशर में अभी उसको हैंडल अगर करना है भी, उससे लर्न करके यू कैन एक्चुअली improve the future. Could I answer your question? Thank you. We are out of time, so I guess rest of the questions we can handle over a cup of tea.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
So before any further delay, I would like to invite the speaker to present his views, and then we will have the question answer. So, would you mind if I walk and can you put up the slides, please? Yeah, it's fine.
So hello everyone. Hope you are not too tired after the long day. So I'll try to give you a brief idea of my idea about challenges of data centrism. And I'll try to talk about a few points. It's very hard to talk about all the points in the limited time. But before going to the challenges, I'd like to talk about some of the promises that we believe like are good enough to talk about the challenges or deal with them. So first, if we, yep. So the promises of data centrism. And as we have discussed from the morning, that whatever we are seeing as modern ML or AI really depends on data, really depends on how we statistically think of data, what we can statistically derive from data. And probably some people call it the technology of our era, like the total engine of this fourth industrial revolution. The question is why? So I'll try to mention some of my favorite like applications that I think. So for example, like this is one of the projects that came up recently in a conversation, which is more like an academic newspaper or magazine, where they are trying to create one of the biggest disease databases to fight cancer, and they are kind of collecting data over different countries for 1 million patients who have undergone cancer treatments or like have had been treated for, like have had been detected for cancer. And then the biggest thing for which for the first time I got interested in like e-health or like using data for health applications was the time of COVID, when people really wanted to use data to understand how COVID spreads, how we can detect fast the pattern of COVID spreading, and how we can design drugs that we can use to treat COVID better. And this is the point where we started working with AstraZeneca to develop actually two type of techniques. That AstraZeneca had this problem. They were dealing with two set of people, one from Sweden, one from UK, and both the legislations, they don't allow you to pass the data from one another. But they still tried to build a global model which is good enough to design these oligonucleotide vaccines or the mRNA vaccines, as we have taken jabs of them basically. So the AstraZeneca vaccines, when they are trying to develop, they are trying to see that how we don't transfer the data from each of these places because the legislations don't allow them, but still we can globally design good drugs so that that can be used as vaccines further. So at this point, we have found out some nuances that I'll talk about later when I'll talk about challenges more. Then the next point is like another project that is close to my heart is basically using data and AI for climate resilience in forest management and agriculture. And one of them is, you know that after climate changes, there's lots of wildfires around Europe, around the US, around lots of other places. What people from INRE is basically, so I'm based in France, and INRE is the French Agricultural and Environment Institute. There are researchers who have traditionally worked on forest management. They see how people manage forest, how different geographical locations are good for breeding different type of forest, and how you can increase revenue and how it impacts the ecosystem. But what we have seen that their models do not capture how wildfires are happening nowadays and how to fight them better. So what people are trying to do, they're trying to use data to create new models rather than going for, so what we understood after talking to them, the last wildfire model they had was developed in 1890s, and that they still use as the standard wildfire model. But that does not work in the present climate. So what we can do is like using data to detect how better wildfires happen and how we can really use data to tackle or devise policies to like tackle these wildfires. And what we have seen in there that typically what can be a common knowledge for lots of environmental people, that doing monoculture, what typically happens in lots of places in Europe, that they still have one type of forest, one type of trees that they have throughout throughout a bunch of land, and then they grow these trees for 20 years, and then they cut them down at once, and then they sell it. Because they have this business, like agriculture, forestry is a business for them. And in those cases, you can show that due to monoculture, this is a reason that causes spread of wildfire more. And this is a common knowledge that if you have actually more like multi-dimensional ecosystem, typically it helps you to resist all these wildfires, and that is common sense, but we have found out by AI, and somehow people believe that more. So, so we have kind of been able to convince people that actually if you do multiculture, if you don't cut all the trees at the same time, if you don't sow same type of trees at the land, rather diverse type of trees, that can be better and helpful. And similar things we are doing with like actually Bhagalpur University in here for agriculture, and trying to see like how we can use AI and data to do more climate resilient maize cropping and maize harvesting. So that is one of, these are two projects that I think may be interesting, and why I think like we should be interested in the promises of AI. And the last one, since I wanted to include this, since there's lots of people from law, economics, and social sciences in here, maybe I don't know, like have you heard of this new thing coming up called AI Economist? So AI Economist is a very interesting project, though I don't believe in the complete promise of that. What they say is like economist less economics will come up, but I don't believe in that. But still, like this is an interesting project where they are trying to see that if you feed lots of data to see how people analyze economics and how they came up with new model and new policies, and then if you can simulate that enough, then you can create this kind of policy making strategies which are good for future, and then you can try to use this for evaluating different type of objectives. Like whether, so sometimes people go for this ethical reasoning that whether having an ethical policy like the Pygmalion effect, if you want to do that experiment now, it's not possible anymore because of the ethical reasons, but probably someone may like to say, okay, but I still want to understand this kind of effects. So what you can do is like you can use this kind of simulators which are based on real life data to understand something of it. Though again, I'll not claim or I'll not say like these are very accurate things or this will replace economics, but this is something interesting. And similar, another application that I would like to mention, I think someone mentioned in the morning about this fake news and stuff. So there are these big projects going on and which is kind of a collaboration between journalists, computer scientists, statisticians, where they are trying to create a database for truth finding. So if you put a news in there, that can go and check through the news and check through the social media tags, check through the corresponding newspapers and other feeds to say whether this news is correct or not. This is obviously not as fancy or as popular as LLMs, but this is, I think, a more socially relevant application of language NLP, where they are trying to really create a database where journalists go on and try to embed the things that they know from journalism, that how to detect whether a source of information is a good information or not a good information, and try to check like whether we can detect fake news further. So this is roughly like some of the applications that I wanted to mention. And then one more thing that I would like to mention, what typically like attract a lot of people to AI is basically the monetary part of it. AI has become one of the most rewarding and profit-making business of our time. But one thing I always say, and really like this slide probably was not necessary, except this one line that I would like to remind everyone, that though we talk about AI in lots of senses, that saying that we can recognize patterns from the data, or like we can do lots of new things we can analyze, or like go to human level, but roughly what we do right now, if we think really from statistical or scientific perspective, AI technologies are extremely effective in performing repetitive tasks and identifying patterns, they said in consumer behavior or in any abundant data. This is what we can do with AI technologies. So there are lots of discussions about these large language models, their bias, etc. But typically what we have been able to do is not to create a general intelligence model. We are still, I'll say, like in that old domain of statistics where like we could really crunch data, get a pattern, and what pattern we get is dictated by the data itself. And that's why I really wanted to talk about data centrism, because data is really heart of this AI ML revolution that we are going through, if you call it a revolution, that we are going through. And that's why it is very important to understand how to handle data, what are the challenges of data, what we are missing right now, and how we can improve how we tackle the data. So just before going into all these details, I would like to give you just a bit small technical idea about this, like how typically an AI works, because again, that's what I love to do in my talks, because I think often when people think of AI, people think of, like a black box, but how actually AI works is basically there are lots of individuals, often under certain kind of data collection policy, depends on it is health, or depends on it is like some governance, or like depends on the process. Some people go, or like they donate somehow their data to create a data set. Using this data set, someone thinks for a task that a model of this data, model trained on this data will be good. And what they do is like they put this data set and this model together under an algorithm called a training algorithm. And what a training algorithm does is almost like how you think of it in economics. Like you try to minimize the total loss, to minimize the total error for performing a certain task given the model and the data set. That's what you try to do. Basically, this is a very, like, if you think how we take decisions, this is basically training like a child to take decisions, where a training algorithm tries to minimize the loss given a task. So what happens after running this training algorithm? That you get a map basically. So let us assume like you had lots of individuals who gave their insurance applications, and then the insurance company trained some kind of AI model to decide like who is better person to give the insurance, who is not. So basically this is kind of a selection procedure, or this can happen for a loan. And these procedures or these algorithms are not hypothetical. Actually companies, lots of companies use this kind of models already. And what happens then, like after this model is trained, you give your insurance application, which is a form with lots of features that you have filled in. And then that model, when it crunches the data, it gives you a decision that whether you would be accepted or rejected. Now the question is, like, here there are lots of choices that involved in there, and as you can see, like the model is almost as good as the data it sees. The data it sees. So this is important, that how the data set is built and how the data set is used, that dictates how this model is going to impact the later on users. So this is the point from where we are going to talk about the challenges of data centrism. So was it too technical, or did it make sense, like how typically an AI algorithm works, or why you should listen to the rest of the talk, basically why data matters? So if you think so, okay, then I can proceed. So now, as we think of AI as, like almost, it depends on your perspective. If you ask any technology person like me or any technical person, they always think this is the technology that is going to revolutionize lots of things, or it is already doing. But it is not all bright. Like there's also a gray side of the moon, not really black, because we can solve a lot of things. That's what we believe. So let's look into some part of them. The first part I am going to talk about is managing data. And then managing data, not only big data, but I would like to talk about also small data, and how to manage this fuel that drives this fourth industrial revolution. So the first question is like how AI works. So typically, what is intelligence, and how we kind of imitate that in AI. So if we think of intelligence, different people can have different definitions. For me, these four components are very important. First thing is accumulating information, then processing the information in form of general lessons or patterns, then learning these lessons or generalizing them about the whole world where you are going to take the decisions further, and then using these lessons to solve further problems and take decisions. So these are the four things. Like basically, if you think of how we learn to write or how we learn to drive a car, this is how we actually do. We first go to our training school, we accumulate information about driving, then we process this information to understand, like under different conditions, how one should drive, how one should take a set of decisions, and then when we go out, we try to generalize these lessons and solve the problem of driving from one point to another. So like humans, AI is also an artifact of its experience, which is really the data. Sometimes we make fun and say like this is kind of very internal joke, is like, however, whatever people say, AI is the person who goes to a restaurant and always asks for the dish that the majority likes. And so this is the necessity of the data in there. So as you can understand, if I have a very biased set of data, which is my set of experiences, then the decisions I'm going to take are very hard to generalize to other situations. Like for example, when we are talking about this bias in LLMs, the question Devarshi had to Ritik, is basically why we see sometimes these biases getting replicated in LLMs. Because how they are trained is they are given some passages while training, they summarize that, then there's a human there who gives a feedback saying whether this summary is good or bad. And then this feedback goes back, and then this is the circle on which an LLM is trained. So there is always a human feedback involved in the training. And that's why it is very hard to make it biasless. And there are different techniques, debate, technicality about that. I'm not going in there. But what I wanted to point out is like it really depends on its experience. And that's why we know highly all these LLMs are very English language based. A bit of Spanish, French, but not more than that mostly, or a bit of German, Italian, but not more than that. They are not good for typical native languages, because why? When these people designed, or this company thought of designing this for their profit, they designed it, or they targeted the audience of the Anglophonic world. That is the data or the experience that the LLM has, and they use the human feedback for the corresponding languages. And that makes this AI very specific to this kind of languages, and we see now there are lots of endeavors to take it to more native languages and more to the global south. So if data is so much necessary in there, so do we have data in all the cases? The answer is no. Some of the cases that at least I care about, some of the applications, we very regularly see lack of data. Though there's a general perception that data is everywhere and we can access a lot of data, and people access lot of data from internet. But two of the applications where I have faced it very much, like, and also the day after the conference I'm again going to the agricultural university to talk and see what's happening in there. We have seen that one of the biggest challenges of AI in agriculture is really the data, because one data cycle is one crop cycle. And then every year you have 2 crop cycles. So basically you get 2 sets of data, and then if you have 10 fields, you get maximum 20 data points. And if we have worked on different parts of statistics, we know that 20 data points per year is too less data to develop anything statistically significant. So often this is one of the bottlenecks that we find. And the other problem is the medicine. This is what we have seen, like when we are trying to work with, again, AstraZeneca to develop COVID vaccines. At this point, we have seen that if they don't collaborate among the countries, or if they don't collaborate among the hospitals, what happens is like one hospital doesn't have enough data to develop a good enough vaccine model. How really a vaccine works, its thermodynamics, it cannot model all these things. So there is a need of proper sharing of data. And as we know, that typically the modern ML works in this way, that we have been always heard of like the success of deep learning, but really deep learning starts to work better once the amount of data gets really, really huge. And this has been a major thrust. And as far as I know, like in the community also, there are multiple workshops, multiple discussions that has happened to devise and work on this lack of data. So at some point, like people thought that data will be everywhere and we don't need the old statistical techniques to make them refined, but we see that that is coming back here. And this is a very important point for these 2 applications that I really care. One is agriculture, one is medicine. So if we see this side of the moon, then the other side, there's really plethora of data in lots of cases. If we look into what happens with the internet, every minute of the day in 2024, we create a huge amount of data. For example, like if we see the amount of hours people spend in Netflix is 452,000. And this is the hours of content people stream online every minute in Netflix. There was 3.47 million YouTube videos. And then there are 66,000 photos and videos shared on Instagram every minute of the day. And this is the amount of data, this is the big data, or this is the large data when we talk about, but this is very specific. This is specific to the cases where actually there's an internet platform and people can access through that. People are using services, and in the exchange of services, they're generating lots of data on which some of the successes of AI like large language models and generative AI are trained. And for example, if we look into some of the statistics of large language models and generative AI, we see that most popular public data set to develop LLM, which is called the Common Corpus, includes 500 billion words. And if you want to publish now anything around LLM or develop anything around that, if you don't train on this, roughly good luck to publish in any academic conference. But using that amount of word in a setup requires huge amount of parameters, huge amount of resources, and that's why we see, like in 2018, the first LLM, the ChatGPT, the first LLM, which is called BERT, developed by Google, used to have 100 million parameters. In 2019, it became 1.5 billion. After that, like in 2022, it became GPT-3, and it is 175 billion. And now the Google has proposed the PaLM model, which has 540 billion parameters. And this is the part where we see really too much of data appearing and being used, and this parameter being extended, we know like we need to have enough amount of data to train these large models. And this plethora of data creates lots of interesting issues. So, for example, before going into the other part, I want to say, like, as you can see, like, there's this contrast. We typically talk about big data. We typically talk about these cases because these are the more popular one that we know. But there's a lack of data still in lots of socially valuable applications. And that also should be taken care of. We should really think about like the applications we care about rather than, you know, typically what happens in the industry or what looks popular. If we really think of economics, governance, social science, there's this small data that should be also studied, and we should keep on developing techniques that is interesting in there. But now, as we have gone into the big data paradigm, we want to see like what are the infrastructures required for that. Actually, we know right now global data is expected to be almost 200 zettabytes by 2025. But interestingly, almost 80% of small businesses store less than only 50 TB. So it is like very small amount of people, small amount of corporations have very large amount of data, and that creates a huge data disparity, and that creates lots of data centers which are almost as big as a village, and which almost consume as much energy as a town. So this creates an infrastructural need for data, and this creates a kind of monopoly that, that kind of you can start to see that these data centers are kind of very centered in certain countries, and they really consume the most of these cloud services, and they mostly generate the revenue out of there. So the biggest one is obviously United States. So very, easy to guess. Next one is the Germany, then it is United Kingdom, then it's China, Canada, France, and like, so this is roughly that. So you see like typically the global north really dictates, and among them like United States typically dictate it further. So we see that infrastructures of data also becoming also a resource that people are fighting for. It is not only data, it is the place you want to store data. For example, like if I really want to start a startup today, I will go and hire AWS. And I'll try to take a space in there. But what does it mean? I'm using a data center that is somewhere situated in the US, and like the data is going in there, and I'm paying them for further revenue. So this is how the business is created. Now what is happening is data itself is becoming a resource, and storing data is becoming one of the main important points and important structures, infrastructures needed in there. So alternative to that, what people are proposing and what we have seen like is interesting is this open, collaborative, and fair databases, where basically you are saying you don't want to really give your data to some place. You really want to share the data depending on like how you trust and how you are sharing that is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And going against this typical trend of like creating big data centers which are monopolized by some, what people are trying to do is like creating distributed databases, and it is creating interesting problems. For example, Europe is aiming, I'm not sure like what will happen in future, but Europe is aiming to create a collaborative databases which should be the biggest scientific collaborative database of like as they claim. But creating that has lots of interesting problems. For example, for computer scientists, they're like, it creates a problem of communication complexity because you have to communicate data a lot more rather than basically sending data somewhere and forget about it forever. Or like it creates the problem of security. Once you share the data to someone, you have to have a secure process to send that. And that is creating lots of interesting technical problems, which some of them are challenging, and some of us or some of our collaborators really are working on that. But fair databases has something for it came really from the flavor of open science, that if you really want to do science, you should have open data that people should have access to, and you should have a way to share the data if people really need to reproduce your research. So this is the part of fair databases infrastructure that is getting developed against basically this typical trend of this large infrastructure, where infrastructure itself is a commodity also. So this is about the data infrastructure. But one more thing I really want to mention, which personally from some projects I was doing during my PhD, back then there was no ChatGPT, but still it was a concern, that cost of data hungriness. The cost of data hungriness is really alarming, specifically from environmental point of view. If we take the example of ChatGPT 4, it ran for 100 days on 4,000 GPUs, whose consumption was 1,283 megawatt hour, which is almost like running a town. And then in the use, and this is not the end of the story. Every day when you go on and use ChatGPT, around 10 million users access that. And that consumes every day 564 megawatt hour of electricity. And this is a huge one. And right now, as far as I know, in France, like 2.5% of electricity just goes to data warehouses. And by 2025, it should be more than 3 to 4% of world's total electricity consumption, which is like the third or fourth biggest country, if it was a country, if we accumulate all the data warehouses throughout the world, basically. And that is very alarming. And this is not something speculative, because this is like a statement made by some advisory group working with Google that said basically by 2030, 2030 is the day, could account for 3 to 4% of global power demand. And Google said right now AI is representing 10 to 15% of their power, which is 2.3 terawatt hour annually, and which is a lot amount of electricity. I think lots of states or countries even get less electricity than this. So this is something alarming, and we should really think that whenever we talk about big data, or big data will solve everything, or like even I was giving you the example that we use data to tackle climate change, the question is like, are we really tackling or making it worse? So these are the very open questions that I like to reevaluate my position or anyone's positions multiple times, and I think like it would be very nice to discuss about these points. So is it okay? Is it clear? Is there any question? All good? Okay. So now the other part, which is even like something more interesting for me, because we are trying to work on this for last almost 6-7 years, is like data privacy. The other question, as I said, like you send your data to somewhere, right? You are clicking, you are posting your photo, you are like posting a post, you are writing something online. At every point, you are putting up some data. And this data is going somewhere and getting stored somewhere. So now, what's happening in there, and what I like to say, like when like a new PhD students start really their project, is like, do you really know that you are the commodity? And that's what it is, basically. So what happens in there, the cost of data centrism is almost your privacy. So there's this interesting case that happened in California with this startup called Koshava. Koshava is basically, they brag themselves to be the data sharing platform where they share the data of mobile apps to develop better apps and give you more idea about customers and consumers. And this tech giant knows almost everything. They tries to track and save almost everything about the users underneath there. And when you click that I accept everything, I accept that my data goes to you, you don't know that this data can be further sold to these data brokers. And that can stay there almost forever, and that can be sold again. And this is where the data privacy really becomes a concern. For example, this ChatGPT is also using almost 300, if I'm not wrong, 300 billion words to train itself, and it includes lots of your Facebook posts, lots of your, no, not Facebook posts, lots of your Twitter posts, lots of your posts online, and other types of posts that you have already done. Me too. So like lots of your data privacy is already gone, like when you see the ChatGPT happening in there. And obviously you know this case by New York Times, where they sued OpenAI because OpenAI used their like copyrighted material to train the ChatGPT. And there are lots of other newspapers which are trying to do the same in different parts of different countries, basically. Because using copyrighted material to train your system or model without paying you is a very direct violation of privacy in there. And then the other problem, like when I was reading about this, I was trying to search a bit more and see like what's happening very recently after, you know, like in like last 1 year, what people have found out that AI companies now after LLMs are trying to generate this video, audio and video language type of generative model. So here you can write something, it will generate a video for that. You'll write something, it will generate an image for that. In those cases, they are actually using your YouTube data. Whatever you upload in YouTube, your family and friends' videos, to create this kind of models. And that is really, I don't think, why we upload our data to YouTube, basically, or why we upload any video of children in there. And even in that case, there's this more alarming case where photos of Australian kids have been found in AI training datasets of these generative AI models. And there have been like very violating or abusive videos or images used in there. So which is alarming, and no one asked people like why they would have used that. This is probably people like you and me, or like you know, a few years ago, whenever you see something, you say like, okay, accept all. You never say reject all, basically. And that's the point. You have accepted that your data goes somewhere and you never know where it is in the data ocean anymore. And at that point, I really got interested in privacy. So if we talk about data privacy, we have talked about this model where individuals give their data, it goes through a model, it gives some output. Now, how people use this model? People typically, either there are organizations, institutions trying to do something, or there are data analysts, or there's someone adversary who wants to leak something or know something about you. They keep on querying this model. They send some loan applications, for example, to this model and see what output happens. Because almost sending queries to these models are either free or cheap. I can, if I am an adversary and I want to know more about you or anyone in the training data set, what I can do is keep on querying this model and see the output, and using these queries and output, try to deduct, try to infer that whether you were in this private data set or whether you had certain problems. And this is something not a fairy tale, because like this year, like we published a work, and before that, like Google published another work, and there we can show really the results that you can almost detect 90%, some people with 90% accuracy, 90% confidence. And most of the data points can be detected with more than 60-70% confidence. So it says like it is very not so hard to detect you. And for that, you don't require much query, like it is just querying 1,000 times, maximum, not more than that even. So we'll see those results, but then what is privacy in there? So this is a discussion that we still have. So in GDPR, the first law, like people try to kind of write this universal right to privacy into a proper technical form so that that can be implemented into privacy enhancing technologies. And the 4 pillars of that is right to be forgotten. If you have ever given your data to any model, if you have ever used the service, you can ask to be forgotten. You can ask that I don't want my data anymore, or any trace of anything from your model from which I can be identified. So remove my data. You have right to be forgotten. Then right to claim this privacy or to be forgotten at any point of the processing. So you should have that right that you can apply for at any point of time, whether it is like as soon as you click on that, you thought like, okay, it was something wrong, I should have rejected it rather than accepting it, or like it is 6 months after or even 3 years after. And then not to be individually targeted or profiled, you should not be distinguishable from this algorithm or whatever this algorithm is doing, that whether you are in the data or you are different from the mass. So for example, this this discussion really came up from US NIH data. In NIH data, people, if you take NIH data, and if you take the US census, you can detect most of the cases, lots of people with their exact address and the disease. And this happened actually when people, got really shaken. When this happened with the Massachusetts, so the state, I'm forgetting his name, but the governor of Massachusetts back in 2006, early 2000s basically. What happened is like there was a student in MIT, she looked into the data sets of NIH, she looked into the insurance data set, and then she found out that if you look into the, she looked into the NIH data set and the voter data set. Yeah, that's the correct one. In the voter data set, if you see like who voted, you will see exactly with that name, there are only 6 people. Out of that, if you go to the almost birth year, there are only 3 people. And out of them, like if you want to see like who has a certain type of political inclination, then there was only 1 people. And if you take all this data and try to match that with the NIH data set, you can see this person who was a governor has a certain type of heart disease. So that's enough. That's nothing sophisticated. That is just taking 2 data, trying to link them, and say like, okay, I really identify this person and this person has this issue. And if it goes to some kind of wrong hand, it can be problematic obviously. But then people try to define, and also you have to remember that these data were k-anonymized. Like so their, like name was not exactly there. They're identifying like obviously passport or ID number was not there. This was just certain set of like their genders, their age, their date of birth, their votes and all these things. So in those cases, but this is not the end of the story. This was rather like beginning of a very nice story, which is the differential privacy, which led to basically the Gödel Prize for Cynthia Dock and other like who developed this method. And then the next portion is, it should not be traceable from the predictions. No one should be able to infer anything about you while just looking into the predictions of the model. And at this point, what came up is, as I was saying, like this was rather starting of a very, very interesting story, that is differential privacy. And what is the differential privacy? It is like any information in input or the database becomes private if it is not distinguishable while looking at the output of the algorithm. Ignore the equation, just look into this database. Let's consider I am a person who goes and who goes and do something with a model trained on a database where I have my data, and another model that is on a database where I don't have my data. They look into the 2 output. If the output are almost same, then the person has no way to understand I am in there. What differential privacy tries to do, it tries to design statistical mechanism so that you cannot distinguish whether one person was in a database or not. And exactly in the same way, one of the examples like where we have worked like quite for a long time from 2018 to still now, and we are keep on working, is like this example of clinical trials. Let us consider that you have K medicines or vaccines, and then there are lots of patients who are coming one by one. You have to choose one of the medicines, and then you have to keep on using some algorithm, some AI model, and your goal is to protect the privacy of the users while maximizing the total number of patients that you have seen coming to you. And in this case, in one case like this second patient was me, and in another case there was no second patient, so I was not in there. And you want to design some algorithm so that looking into the choices of your vaccine or the vaccine you have decided to be the best, no one should be able to identify whether I was in there or not. So this is a very pertinent example, which is again inspired by how vaccine trials are done. And what do you think? Like, is it hard? What would happen in there? Like, so maybe the learning people, like, what do you think would be the cost of, trying to do this? Like, if we say like this is the scenario, and I want to design an algorithm where if I can remove any one of the persons, that should not be detectable from the output. Is it hard? Is it easy? Or like, what do you think would be the cost of that? Guess. I cannot hear Arijit. Okay, then let's talk about that later. Okay, so then what happens in there? Interestingly, there was lots of skepticism when we started in 2018. People started to say that privacy in this kind of problems where people come sequentially, you don't know the full information, is going to be very costly, and you are going to like destroy all the efficiency that AI got, etc., etc. But what we have been able to prove after a few years of work, that privacy can be achieved for free while keeping the efficiency of the trial, and there's no reason why you should not want to have privacy in this kind of mechanisms. And that was one of the interesting successes, I think, but yeah, time will tell it better. And yeah. Zero and still it's possible. Yeah, and yeah, it's all Boolean, you like it better. Yeah, so then what happened with the industry, this was a very academic story, but what happened with the industry is like industry started to actually accommodate this, and one of the big selling points of Apple nowadays is like they had one of the first mobiles that have implemented local differential privacy in their mobiles, basically. So as soon as you type, there's this AI bot saying like, this should be the autofill, this is the word you are gonna write, right? Because they kind of detect your patterns, how you type in your mobile, and then they say how it should be filled. Now, Apple started to sell their mobile, saying like, we are the first one who have ensured that we have privacy, so we don't detect how you write exactly, but we still get this statistical pattern enough so that we can predict good enough for you. But otherwise, typically what used to happen till now in most of the mobiles, whenever you write, your data gets stored. There's some language model that tries to predict like how you write. So what is your typing strategy, typing pattern, and that's how they predict autocorrects. Similar things started to be adopted by Google, by Microsoft, but again, like there's a long way to go, as I will say. Okay, and the other success of this is US Census. We knew that back in, again, that time, linking date of birth and 5-zip code of a person could, but whenever they communicate only the private version. They don't share data, they don't share anything, just private model parameters, nothing else. Yeah. So this data was like how, so okay, this is getting technical. So this data is how basically, if you have an mRNA-based vaccine, what happens is like it is specifically designed and go and attach with your DNA, right? So that you generate certain types of antibodies. So how these two things match, it is the data about that, basically. So yeah, so it is more like, think of numerical data, but very high dimensional, where you see like how two DNAs, one DNA and one RNA match. Yeah. No, but as I said, like not having identifier is not privacy. Yeah, not enough. It is very easy to detect, like if I know like someone in your family tree, like 2-3 layers up and down, it is very easy to detect you, basically. Yeah.
It's a weird question again. Sure. Regarding different kind of patterns, we know when we used to do all kind of modelings, how interesting and feasible is identifying patterns, and then in the world of AI ML, we understand. So identifying disease patterns and working on that, trying to understand different distribution across societal issues, good. What about the reverse? What is the protection against that? All this data, which what we have spoken whole day, if there is an evil force who wants to use them against mankind for some reason, where is the protection? Everything that we are actually putting on the offer.
Sure. So the idea of data privacy is really like protecting you as a user who is giving your data to develop some AI model from an adversary who is external. Now what I didn't mention, I skipped one slide, there are different trust models. So one trust model is I don't trust anyone. Whenever I give you data, before that I make it private and then give it to you. So this is called local differential privacy, which really Apple wanted to deploy. And then US Census, this is a government, you typically like trust the government, you give the whole data, and then government makes it private before sending it anywhere. And then on top of that, the government should, or like the user should have some kind of cryptographic protocol that should not be broken. And we are discussing at some point like the health data and like, you know, how people tried to break the firewall, there was 1,000 attacks in a day basically. So that is very important. That is what we have not discussed. That is someone working in cryptography would be better to discuss about. But that is very important. And the other thing is like what people believe again in these democratized data markets, the data should not be stored at one place ever. The data should be stored at your own place. Whenever you have to communicate, there should be a wrapper that communicates it privately and securely. And then it gets used in some purpose. Okay, if that's for good, that's good. But yeah, it should not be shared without a firewall, without a proper statistical privacy guarantee. It should be completely decentralized, democratized. Yeah.
So I have a kind of technical question. So one thing that differential privacy can do is hide the identity of an individual.
Yes.
In a complicated way.
Sure.
But what happens, say, a scenario, say, we are trying to understand, one is trying to understand which all population has AIDS or something like that, and there is a particular village which has more AIDS than others, right? So that's the information that the people, everybody in the village might want to hide. Is it possible? Hide it at the global level. Is differential privacy?
Yeah, hiding at a global level is possible, but if we think of technicality, like it gets exponentially hard with the number of people in the village. So if the village is say like, for example, there are 30 people and there are 300 people, it is almost like exponentially 10 times hard basically to hide that. So that is another issue of privacy also by design. That's, I think, good in a way also. You should not be able to hide such huge patterns.
But that might actually be something that people might want to hide.
No, but that village, the number of rows in that table has to be part of a much bigger table than you will do.
Exactly. So even like, so for example, it is very easy to hide if it is the truth for 5, 6 people or 10 people. But if it is the truth for 300 people or 3,000 or 3 million, it's almost impossible, like if it goes above 1,000 basically.
I was just leaving to have a medicine, but I thought that I'll quickly ask. I'm sorry if someone has asked that and I'm repeating myself. So this morning when Professor Karandikar was saying that when we are looking at a problem, we have to look at minimizing the risks. So, and then see like, what are the risks, how risky is it to do this. So my question is like, okay, I agree with you that privacy is important, but then it also should depend on the context in which we are analyzing the data, and shouldn't that there be a balance between privacy and the need for getting some very crucially important data?
Sure. So privacy is very contextual. So that's the part where all the social scientists, policymakers, they come in. Like we say, like we can ensure epsilon differential privacy. Epsilon is yours to decide. So that's the part where, like obviously we'd like to have input. For example, if it is your medical data, where you, it can really reveal some medical, features of it, like for example, for the governor, the certain heart diseases. Like that's important to like hide basically. But if it is something like as if I am working public health and I really want to know whether a whole village has some kind of disease and really want to target that, that is something obviously where I should have a different privacy level. So this is really contextual, and I don't think there's still any regulation or still any technical hindrance that says you should not have this privacy level or that one. Typically we know from theory like this epsilon thing I was saying, which is called privacy budget, should be less than 1. But after that you are free to decide, and the policymakers should really have a discussion to decide that this is not computer scientists' things to decide basically. Yeah.
Close the session, I think.
So if we don't have any questions, then we are about to finish the session with this note that India has moved ahead in terms of data protection, and from 1st September 2023 we have a new Data Protection Act. A long time back in 2006, when I was writing a paper on doing LPO business in India, I cited a case, Subhash Katti versus the state of Tamil Nadu, where I found that in IT Act 2005, there is no way to protect the privacy of an individual. So from 2005 to 2023, we have moved ahead. And, but at the same time, world has also moved ahead. Probably this Digital Protection Act, Data Protection Act will not be enough in coming few days. We may have to come out with the AI Data Act or AI Act. So we don't know what, because we are basically moving towards providing the solutions to the problem. We are not able to find out what problems are going to come. Some of your presentations which tried to show us that what type of challenges we have in agriculture or in medicine and also in law and economics and other domain, that is the social science. We find that some of the challenges we are not able to visualize. For example, some of my own students, when they write an abstract, sometimes I find that these abstracts are not the abstracts written by my own students. Because the way they present, because the way they construct the sentence. So it is also killing the creativity. Are we becoming only the consumer, or we are also having a face to continue as a producer in the age of digital age? So challenges are on the both sides in terms of consumption as well as in terms of production. So with this note, I'm just ending my point, and thank you very much for presenting this nice way. And thank you.
Thank you,
Audrey,
Dr. Basu and Professor Nalin. With this, we conclude the session for today, for the day 1. So we'll be hoping to join again tomorrow for day 2 of the workshop. So before leaving, I will request everyone, please scan the QR code on the wall to submit the feedback form for the workshop. Thank you again very much.